Alrighty, we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to everybody to our Budget and Finance Committee meeting this morning. Is there any declaration from anyone regarding any item on the agenda this morning or this afternoon, I guess, as well? Not seeing any. Of course, if one should arise during any point in the meeting, you can declare it at that time. We have no delegations, I don't believe, Madam Clerk. No. Okay. Items for discussion. This should go real quick, I'm sure. The 10-year capital forecast. Mary Lou, unfortunately, is not able to join us this morning, so Sue and Garrett are going to take us through a lot of this. So Sue, I'll turn the meeting over to you, please, for your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today we're going to talk about the 10-year capital forecast that staff have spent a lot of time preparing and a lot of discussions over the last few weeks and months, even some of them more than others. So today I'm going to give you sort of a quick overview of the numbers, and then we're going to go into transportation, and they're going to go into more detail. The reports that were provided in the links and the links to our open book, Garrett's going to give you a brief demo over that when I'm done through this slide. This budget does focus on the 1 to 3 years, so that's the information you'll see in the information. When we come back in December, you'll see a more fulsome 10-year lens with a little bit more information and probably a whole lot of more pages to review. So the 10-year forecast that you see before you that we have is a total net levy requirement of $21,117,500. This represents just over a 3.03 million increase over our 2025 budget, and that's a 16.8% increase. Of that 3% increase over our last year's budget, there are approximately 2.9 million that are easily identified within our budget, and those are an increase of 1.748100 as an increase for our asset management plan. And we have the inclusion of $1.24 million and $900 that represents the information that you've received over the last year on our Roads Exchange program. And there is also an increase of $146,800 to fund debentures as part of the Paramedic Services Comprehensive Enhancement Plan. Of course, there are obviously some other little changes in there, but those are the three main ones that capture that increase. We did forecast in our 2025 budget of $20,226,400. And so we were estimating that we would have an increase of the difference between what we projected that we were going to need, and this year is just a difference of $891,100. So staff have very diligently spent their time on these budgets and getting to a place where we are very happy to present it to you today. So that's all I'm going to speak to at this point before we go into more details. Does anyone have any questions at this time? Or if not, I'll pass it on to Pat and his team.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the background. I know when it comes to percentages, the 16.5% is an increase in the actual capital expenditure. Just for reference, as we're starting this conversation, can you remind me what 1% levy will be when it comes to the 2026 budget?
Right now, based on our assessment that I looked at on Monday, it's just over 800,000, represent 1% in the increase to the residential rate.
Okay, Pat, you're up. Where'd you go to? Oh, there. Oh, okay. You're going to do Garrett. Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you. Yep.
So first off, I just want to give you guys a demo of our Questica OpenBook site. These are the first documents we've made public through OpenBook, which is an add-on to our Questica software. These are available to anyone in the public. We're going to work with our communications team to get that blasted out and then have a link on our website. But there is links within the first report on today's agenda to get to the specific budget books that I'm going to talk about today. So I'll actually just show you the main landing page first, which shows all of our current public books. The first one is a visualization of the 2026 draft capital budget. We're able to put a bit of write-up here, and then down below, we've added a pie chart that's drillable to kind of, if you're looking for certain information, it can kind of help paint a picture. I always find it easier to start opening in a new window. Anytime you're looking at one of these pie charts, just makes it a little bit bigger. So you can either look at the expenses by category, so whether it's a purchase service, supply, transfer to reserve, or you can look at expenditures by department. What's this? So as you can see, the majority of our capital expenditures live within transportation and human services. And then you also have the option to drill down further if you wanted to look in. So human services is the largest this year, primarily due to the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment project. If you drill in further, it will then split it out by smaller subsets of departments. Keep drilling down. And you'll actually eventually get to the type of expenditures for the specific projects within those departments. So this is just for the redevelopment project now that I've drilled all the way down. If you want to go back up to the top, you just start here, and then you could go through and look at the transportation services as well. The other budget book that we've prepared for you today is the 10-year capital summary draft presentation. For the purposes of today's meeting, it's primarily focused on the first 3 years of the plan, so 2026 to 2028. And again, I'm going to caveat this that this is very much a draft of a draft. We wanted to get this in front of you so that you guys could get familiar with Questica and maneuvering around OpenBook before our actual budget discussions. So there is some tinkering that will need to be done within this. There could be some presentation errors, I'll call them. This is very much, we were scrambling to get this together and get it out to you. This is not a finished product that you'll see in November and December. But what we're presenting here, since Pat's going first, I will go down to transportation services. Oops. And for each department, we've provided a summary of the revenues and expenditures for their capital budgets. This is similar to the FRX pages you would have seen in previous year's budgets. We've then also provided a breakdown by project showing the gross expenditures of each project. Then a breakdown of the net levy going into each project. And then a listing of every single project, or sorry, a sheet for every single project that's occurring in the next 3 years. So here's where you'll get the description, so what the project is, the justification, why it's important, or why staff feel that this project's important, and then the budget by year for that project down below. And we've tried to follow this format for each department. So as you're following along, there's also a really handy search function in here. So if there's a specific item you wanted to look at, searching in here is a great way to get there. If I live on Gray Road 30, and I want to know what projects are coming down and want to learn all about them, I will type in Gray Road 30, numbers lock is on. And we're doing one project in the next 3 years on Gray Road 30. If you want to type ambulance in here, it would pull up your ambulance projects. So we're happy to take feedback on this. If there's something that you're not seeing in here that you wish you could, again, this is a work in progress, and we're going to continue to make it better before November, and then continue to make it better for next year's budget as well. The other current budget book that we have published is the capital status report, which is at the end of this meeting, but since I'm up here giving the demo, I'll show it as well. It's basically the same information that's captured within the report, the written piece up here, but then we've given a filterable chart for council and the public to be able to find information better than the PDF that was attached to the previous version that you guys got in July. So again, you're able to search up here if there's a specific project you're looking for. If you're looking to look at the biggest projects first, you would just click on total budget, and it works very similar to Excel, and now they're filtered by total size. If you wanted to look at projects that are just awarded, you would type that into your search bar. So we're excited about all these budget books, and we hope that it gives you guys better access to the information and the public better access to information. But again, caveating, this is a draft of a draft. We will continue to make improvements, but if there's improvements that you as council want to see as well, please let us know and we'll do what we can. And now I'm going to pass it off to Pat.
So just before I go to Councillor Nielsen, how would committee like to do the questions? Would you rather the department head go through the entire presentation and then take questions, or do you want to stop as the question comes to mind? What are your thoughts? Well, in the absence of that, I'll suggest that we wait until the presentation is over, unless there's something that's really burning in your mind and you need to interrupt. So that way, if the question might be answered as the presentation goes on. So how about we do it that way? If that's all right. Councillor Nielsen, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Chair. My question was just in terms with the Questica system, just the communication out to residents. How are we trying to promote the transparency of this program to residents with the fact that it exists, just because we had the presentation on it? Thank you, Chair.
Garrett, will you speak to that, please?
Maybe Randy wants to tack it on the end, but I think the plan is, so currently our previous form would just be a PDF that would get published on our website. We have a budget page. So there'll be a link to this now on that page. And you'll click in and then you'll be able to access all of our budget documents there. But then again, we'll work with our communications team to kind of get that information out that Grey County has changed how they're doing budgets to make it more transparent. Within those budget books or cards, I believe they're called, on that homepage, we can also build in how-to documents as well. So if a resident's accessing that page for the first time, kind of giving them that rundown that I just gave you on how to maneuver around the system and how to search for certain information is kind of our plan.
Yeah, and just further to Garrett's question through your chair, this is our first crack at this, and Sue and Garrett and the financial team have done an amazing job to get it to this stage. We think we can build on this as we go. And as Garrett indicated, we'll work with our comms team to package this in a way that, especially when we get to hopefully a final budget document, say early in the new year, be able to put some further information so that the public, if they're interested, can access the information that each of the staff and council would have through various projects and information as it relates to anything that they may have an interest in. So I think this is, like I said, this is our first use of this Questica as well as Open Book. And we're probably just scratching the surface already in terms of this, but I think they've done an amazing job to get it to this stage, and we'll continue to build on that and communicate it to the public with further information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to be up here very long. I'm going to introduce our staff who's going to be going into most of the detail. But I just wanted to thank Sue and Mary Lou and especially Garrett, who's been kind of doing double duty as our financial analyst, as well as whatever his regular job is. Anyway, he's been very helpful, and we really appreciate his help till our new analyst gets in place, which hopefully is shortly. So as you saw in our spring session of this committee, we're always redoing our asset management plan. We're just our assets as we go. So it's kind of a living document. All the design jobs are always progressing through the system, getting a little more detail, cost estimates kind of getting more refined with all our assets. So Sean Anthony, our operations manager, he'll be doing reviewing machinery and equipment and the domes and depots. They kind of fall into three kind of buckets, our assets. So it's the machinery, equipment, the domes and depots, and then the capital asset for construction. So Trevor Ireton, the engineering manager, and Sean Potter, the supervisor of capital assets. Those three are always working on the long-term assets, looking at them to make sure that our asset plans are the best use of money and the most efficient use of money, whether it means moving a program up or back. Just, you don't want to do something too soon. It's kind of the right treatment at the right time, the whole asset management thing. things. So I'm just going to start with Sean Anthony, and he's going to go into machinery and equipment. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can I advance the slide here? Or? Okay. Through the chair, we're continuing to invest in our fleet and ensure reliability and efficiency across the operations division and transportation services department. I'll remind the committee off the top that the machinery and equipment budget is funded from reserve and sale of assets, usually via gov deals. So our member municipalities are always invited to participate in these buying opportunities for used equipment before they go on sale to the general public. So in 2026, we're expecting delivery of 5 tandem trucks. These trucks have already been tendered in recent years, plural. So it's just a matter of receiving them due to supply chain issues, delays. That's also why we have made a practice of tendering them a year in advance until we see supply chains catch up. This is part of our 12-year replacement cycle for the 23 tandems that are in our fleet. So those are the snowplows. Looking ahead to 2028, we've scheduled the replacement of 2 additional tandems, keeping us on track, 2 more tandems, keeping us on track with our life cycle planning. Also in 2026, we're budgeting for 1 grader. Graders are on a longer 17-year replacement cycle, so this investment is part of our long-term strategy. And finally, we've included a tractor equipped with a loader bucket, mower, and sweeper in budget years 2027 and 2028 to replace units at Patrol B and Patrol C. These units support a wide range of maintenance tasks and follow a 12-year replacement cycle. So not shown on this 3-year summary slide, due to the relatively minor cost, includes the purchases of approximately 2 half-ton pickup trucks per year, purchases of 3/4 and 1-ton pickup trucks, purchase of an enclosed trailer, as well as our non-licensed equipment budget for items such as road closed trailers, and the equipment innovation budget for things like weather stations and road cameras. It's worth noting that these planned acquisitions are essential for maintaining our service levels and ensuring our teams have the tools that they need. So now moving over to facilities, depots, and domes. Quick background, Transportation Services operates and maintains 4 main depots, including their respective storage buildings, 1 satellite depot, and 3 satellite storage buildings as well. So capital expenditures for facilities are generally funded by reserve, transfer from reserve. 2025 brought an unexpected challenge with the partial collapse of the Chatsworth Sand Building. As a result, we had to advance its replacement to this year and have removed it from the 2027 budget year. So in the end, it's a good news story. To prevent similar issues, we've proactively moved up the Clarksburg Sand Building for replacement from 2029 to 2027. The budget for this project is 1.86 million, and that budget is based on pricing that we received for the Chatsworth Sand Building, which is at about 90% completion at this point. We've also made progress on the Patrol D facility for we're calling the C Lawn Depot. Land was acquired in 2025, and we're expecting to issue a design build RFP in November. This is in line with priority 2 of the strategic plan, building communities for the future, specifically to resolve the Patrol D depot location matter and associated construction project. The 2026 budget includes 7.76 million for this project, which is a carry forward of funds from 2025. Again, not shown on this 3-year summary due to the relatively minor cost. Includes items stemming from the building condition assessments, for example, things like radiant heaters, lighting, siding, windows, floor grates, overhead doors, roofs, parking lot resurfacing, HVAC, asbestos abatement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These adjustments reflect our commitment to Grey County's infrastructure resilience and long-term strategic planning. So if I'm interpreting correctly, I'll defer questions at this point, and I'll I'll pass things off to our Supervisor of Capital Assets, Sean Potter.
Thanks. A couple questions on just the fleet purchases, items like pickup trucks. We've got planned EV rechargers at certain locations. Are some of those pickups intended to be electric vehicles? Further to that, a 3/4 is not what a 3/4 ton was 15 years ago, 20 years ago kind of thing. Do we just buy 1 tons and 3/4 tons just and half tons because that's what we do? Or do we reevaluate and say a mid-sized pickup truck is more substantial than what a mid-size was in the early 90s? The Ranger of today is not the Ranger of yesterday. Will that be adequate to meet our needs? If we want to care about climate change, then let's pay attention to the fact that all these half tons and 3/4 tons are grossly overbuilt now, and maybe we should be evaluating scaling down what we need as well.
Okay, great question. And through the chair. So the EV question, we are phasing in EVs. We do have a climate action plan, which directs us to be greenhouse gas emissions reduction or net zero by 2045 with a 40% reduction by 2030. So that is a consideration in all of our fleet purchases. This year, we had 4 pickup trucks on the docket for replacement. We've gone 2 and 2. Next year, we have 3, and we're going 2 EVs, 1 gas, and same for the year after that, 2027. So that's kind of the replacement schedule that we're looking at. We'll be heavily evaluating those EV pickup trucks over this coming winter. We're set to receive them the next month or so, and then we'll be putting them through the paces in terms of patrolling and all different aspects to see how they perform, see how they hold up. Plan is to try 2 different models. That's how we put it out to the market so that we can compare, contrast ranges, all features, all that kind of stuff. Knowing that there's limited availability, what's out there right now, it's kind of limited to Lightnings and Silverados at this point. So that's what we will be trying out. In terms of the 3/4 and the 1 tons, so I'll start with the 1 tons. Within each yard, so we have the 4 yards, we have a 1 ton, and then there's one that goes along with our bridge crew as well, so 5 total. The 1 tons have a large dump box on them, and they're generally, and then we also have a pan for doing cold patching and stuff like that on them. So those trucks are kind of the workhorses as far as the pickup trucks and stuff like that go. They'll usually be a crew cab, so they can take a crew of 4 and spend all day out doing things like cold patching, which gets done a lot. So in terms of a replacement for the 1 ton, there's not anything that immediately comes to mind. 3/4 tons, similar. We have 4 in the fleet, actually 5. 1 goes along with our weed spraying crew. The 4 that go to the patrols, they each have a electric lift gate on them. So generally, they're used for doing things like retrieving deer and stuff like that we get called out for quite frequently. So that electric tailgate, my understanding is fits the 3/4 ton well, and same deal. They get used quite a bit as they are now. I will note that we have recently switched our AVL over to our AVL is our GPS that's in all of the vehicles over to Geotab. Geotab is going to allow us to visualize a lot more insights into how our fleet is being used. Our previous provider, which is sort of going the way of being just sort of relegated out of existence, didn't have that ability, but this new provider will allow us to see how our assets are being used more fully, and it'll actually provide recommendations on what a suitable replacement would be, which vehicles within the fleet would be more apt to be an EV, for example, depending on how they're being used. So I'm expecting that in the next few years that we'll start to get that information and make more informed decisions, but hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thanks. Just a little further to that. it might be too early, but are you embedding any savings then from moving to the EVs into the operational budget in terms of fuel is the obvious one. As well, there's a lot less moving parts in EVs than the traditional fossil fuel models. What kind of difference in demands for maintenance? Because we've already went through the operating budget, and we've seen some ask for mechanic enhancement. But are we servicing these EVs, or do they have to go back to specific service centers? What kind of decrease, I guess, might be forecasted for servicing them?
So I'll have to re-educate myself and look at the budget again to give you more of a scientific figure, but in terms of what we'll be doing in-house, we'll be doing brakes and body work, like minor body work and stuff like that, upfitting on these vehicles. But you're absolutely correct that we'll expect to do less maintenance in terms of less moving parts on the vehicles and less things to service, which would be excellent. It'll allow us more time to focus on our heavy fleet, which has been as identified in a report a few years ago. It's been trending towards more reactive maintenance, and we'd really like to reverse that trend back towards preventative maintenance and start directing our forces that way. So I'm hoping that that's going to happen in terms of an actual operating budget impact. I would have to return with that information at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. I know this has come up before, but I just wondered if we could have a discussion again about the potential for leasing vehicles. I know Director Hoy was looking into that possibility, and I just wondered what the outcome of that exploration was, particularly in terms of what we're talking about now, the 1/2, 3/4, and 1-ton trucks.
Yep, so we have actively explored that possibility. I know a number of the member municipalities have gone that route. We have had several meetings with Enterprise, who's kind of leading the charge in that regard. We're fortunate within the Grey County walls that we have a maintenance team that can service our vehicles. So from that perspective, we can find a lot of those savings in-house that maybe the member municipalities wouldn't have access to. In terms of just straight procurement, we looked at several scenarios. So the one that was put forward to us from Enterprise originally, which was quite aggressive, and then somewhere in the middle, and then somewhere where we currently purchase our trucks at, and we know where we purchase our trucks at. And we found with running the middle scenario, sort of the conservative estimate on the Enterprise model, we were finding savings of roughly $100 to $200 per vehicle per year, which for us, it was difficult to justify giving up so much control in terms of maintenance, because there's certain restrictions on what you can do with once you're on that model, as well as, you know, if you ever down the road find yourself in the position where you want to get off the model, then you need to find some budget to put those capital expenditures back into the fleet again. So at this time, it's something that we have put a lot of thought into. We just we didn't come to the conclusion that it was right for the fleet at this time.
Thank you, Sean. Morning, sir.
Oh, sorry, can't see the light. I'm too tall. Good morning, committee. Through the chair. Major construction net levy requirements. Major capital construction projects are funded by levy, reserve, development charges, grants such as the OSIF program and CCBF or as most of you are used to, the gas tax model. The 2026 budget being proposed is 13,435,200, an increase of 2,512,300 from 2025. This increase comes in three forms. It's 2% inflation being applied from the previous year's budget, 218,500. The cost of payment to lower tier municipalities resulting from the road exchange totaling 1,240,500, and the planned asset management increase of 1,401,700. That might sound like a lot, but some good news is that our OSIP allocation has been increased by 348,800, but that's already been accounted into the increased number. And talk about changes here. So major construction 2026 changes. Gray Road 3 pulverize and pave. This is moving up from 2027 as a pulverize and pave section of Gray Road 3. This project starts at the southernmost leg of 3 and 4 roundabout and continues south for 4.9 kilometers. The major activator is significant rutting found in the southbound lane. The next project and changes in 26 is Gray Road 12. It's a rural reconstruction. This is new to the plan. It's 735-meter portion of rural reconstruction. It's west of Markdale in the historic community of Wadby. Originally planned to be part of our hot mix mill and pave program. The rutting observed requires replacement of the granular bases and drainage improvements. Gray Road 19 and 21 intersection upgrades. These two are complementary projects. There's a utility relocation along with relocation and construction of a new water booster pumping station. These are being done to make way for the 19 and 21 roundabout. The project is ongoing with work in 2025, continuing in 2026. This is due to the project's complexity and stakeholder coordination. 2026 changes continued. Gray Road 30 pulverize and pave. This is 3.5 kilometers of Gray Road 30 between Lower Valley Road and Gray Road 13. It was deferred from 2025 to 2026. This is due to property acquisition challenges. A portion of the existing road is actually on private property. And we've been working with private property owners to fix that problem. There's a complete failure of the surface treatment and it requires a pulverize and pave solution. Structure 900-188 has been promoted in the plan. It's southeast of Hanover between Gray Road 3 and Gray Road 28. It's being promoted on the recommendation from our OSIM engineer. Work was undertaken by our bridge crew this summer to ensure its integrity through the winter, making it on to next year. Next on the docket is structure 900-363. This project was deferred to 2026, primarily due to property acquisition challenges. It can be found on the township, the town line of the Fraser and St. Vincent, west of Parksburg. I wanted to touch base on kind of putting asterisks on things a little bit here. So major construction planning variability beyond 2026. There's a substantial impact due to the rural road transfer and urban downloads. Not only are there new priorities created by taking on new roads, but it creates space within the plans for roads that we are no longer responsible for. Project scopes have been identified for the road transfers are preliminary and further design work needs to be completed. Grey County currently does not own any of these roads. More defined plans and budgets for each transfer related project will be made as the exchange advances. So 27 changes. Bray Road 1 slope stabilization. This was deferred from 2026 to 2027. This is just east of Cold Poison Lookout. Groundwater springs and the proximity to the escarpment have proved to be significant challenges. Bray Road 1 Siren. This is 5.8 kilometers of Bray Road 1 from East Linton Side Road to the north leg of Owen Sound. It's been promoted in the plan due to our application to the Active Transportation Fund for roadside environment improvements. It's also to be coinciding at the same time with our application for 17B. The next project is in combination with the previously stated Bray Road 19 and 21. This is the roundabouts for that said intersection, crosswinds, and the 4-lane link between the two of them. An MOU between the town and the county is ongoing for the booster pumping station. Again, the complexity of these projects includes integration, cooperation of the Town of the Mountains, Simcoe County, several utility companies, landowners, and Grey County as stakeholders. And finally, on this slide, we have structure 900-164. This project has been deferred to 2027 at the request of the county's project partner, the municipality of West Grey. Changes to 27 that are strictly due to the road transfers and urban downloads. With the road exchange project completed in 2026, data gathering, scope, and design can be better defined and to meet the needs of each new county road. The list here is a likely list, but not necessarily defined 100% correctly. As when we go from not owning something to owning something, I'm coming off my script a little bit here. We don't have the data. We don't know, we don't own, we can't act. So if a vertical curve needs to be changed on a road, we shouldn't be spending resources on something that we don't own in order to find out whether we need additional property to compensate for a cut and fill situation. So we have assumed some of these things to make sense as much as we can. So things like land acquisition on concession 12, the Bentinck Town Line, structural replacements on 12, overlays, line painting, tree cutting, utility relocations. They're all sensible things, but until we actually gather all the data we need to make these decisions, we're budgeting to the best of our ability. Major construction changes to the 2028 program. Bray Road 3 overlay. This is 6.3 kilometers of overlay. This is the southernmost point of Bray Road 3 north to Bray Road 9. The rate of deterioration has forced us to move this project up. If the plan to use this specific treatment was to be used. Bray Road 4 pulverizing paved, 1.9 kilometers to pulverizing paved between Ceylon and Flesherton. Surface treatments and or maintenance can no longer remain the state of failure, hence its promotion. Bray Road 15 reconstruction. This is new to the plan. It's small, 233 meters of Bray Road 15. It'll be a semi-urban reconstruction in Leith between Tom Thompson Lane and 303-049 Bray Road 15 to the east. The existing storm collection system requires significant annual maintenance, as does the south shoulder due to erosion during heavy rain events. Last one on this page is Bray Road 17 microservice. This is new to the plan as well. It's 10.5 kilometers of Bray Road 17 from Highway 6 to Center Road 1 at Wolseley. The road is actually in relatively good condition, making it an ideal candidate for preservation treatment. that will extend the expected useful life. Changes due to the road transfers and urban downloads. Much like the 2027 changes due to the transfer slide, this list of projects is a very good start. More data and time with these opportunities will provide a more precise scope and budget. And that's me. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah. Usually it's Pat that screws that up, but anyway. Are there any questions from committee for Sean? Oh, Councillor Eccles, go ahead, please.
You said the delay on the structure on Gray Road 23. That's a bridge structure just off of Gray Road 12. I was unaware that Gray County had that road. That was downloaded to West Gray quite a while ago. Am I correct, Pat? It's okay. And now that I know that you own it, we'll take that out of our maintenance and whatnot.
Just to clarify, that is Glenelg Road 23, not Gray County Road 23. Sorry.
Councillor Gray.
I'm not sure if I should be asking all my questions related to the rest of transportation now, or like, is there another presentation or presenter coming after? Or if Sean's the end, then I guess I'll ask them now. Under the patrols, the first question, I don't know who wants to ask this. There's a climate change reserve contribution. Is that just in the document twice, or why is it under transportation? Climate initiatives reserve contribution. It's HOU0061, transfer to reserves, climate change initiatives, 31,800, and it's on page. Well, it's on page, I don't know, because I forgot my readers today and I blew my screen all up. HOU 0061, which is the capital project list.
Yeah, I can take the first stab at that. And if Sean and Pat want to back me up, that'd be great. My understanding is there is a transfer to reserve within the transportation facilities budget as per the BCAs. That would be replacing the assets as they are today, the exact same for same replacement. That climate change is a separate transfer to reserve so that net zero improvements can be made to those buildings in the future as per our net zero targets.
Okay, thanks for that. Because of the gravity or the expense of the road exchange program, the road projects in 2026 that were already forecasted. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if it's possible, but for me, if a presentation like this was ready to be, if it was completed yesterday, I would benefit largely from seeing this like sent out in an email form yesterday morning. Or I find it tough to be fixated on a 620-page document and then trying to incorporate new, or it might not be new information, but it kind of comes across as like it's new information in the presentation. So it might be just me, but I'd love it if these could be forwarded even in an email in the future, like the day before. It'd be great. So acknowledging the expense of the urban downloads. First question is, there could be roads, Wellington County comes to mind, where it's just grass shoulder to shoulder, narrow 2-lane roadway. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, but do we hold ourselves to a certain standard or a higher standard in terms of trying to secure additional properties? Most of these roadways that we're dealing with don't have water underneath, don't have wastewater contained within. The utility companies try not to put them a long way off the roadways into the ditches. I'm just wondering, what standards are we beholden to look at securing additional lands at a higher cost? When in comparison or relative to other municipalities, I sometimes don't see that.
I think I hit the sticker too. Yeah, as far as right of way widths, for example, there is a policy with the county about getting to 100 meter, or I mean 100 foot right of way, not 100 meter, thank God. 100 foot right of way. But that being said, there's lots of roads we have, you know, like Graywood 1, Big Bay kind of area where anything larger than 66 feet, I mean, you'd have a hard time acquiring it and you wouldn't do anything with it anyway. So at this moment, we kind of go project by project until we get to the point where we kind of turn into a whole land acquisition thing. But there's some roads like Road 4 has 120 feet in some places, but I don't think we're ever getting to the point where we're over acquiring. But we do find that utility companies, you know, they don't have a lot of room. They always want to put the facility, whatever it happens to be, near the edge of the road, and we do like to get it shoved out. But there's trees there too. So it's kind of, we do try to get road acquisition as we need it, but we don't always need it.
I appreciate that, because I just wondered if I understand as staff, you're having to respond to the policy or whatever standards are in place. So I just wondered if there's a role that committee and council should be playing in terms of providing you enhanced flexibility to bring back numbers that may be reduced from what we see now. If it's the policy is to have 100-foot right away, maybe we should look at changing the policy and responding just to the higher costs. Certainly, we don't want the utilities underneath the ditch either, because then you're contacting them for locates just to clean out the ditches. Everything's a hassle. So is there a role for us to provide instruction, I guess, to staff to enhance the flexibility when moving forward on particularly the road exchange? That's the big one.
Yeah, through you, Chair. With respect to that, obviously there's, you know, we'll take direction from council in terms of how they would like to proceed with respect to those policies. But I think prior to, obviously, if there was any change in policy in terms of land acquisition requirements as it relates to roads and road allowances, we'd want staff to bring a report forward in terms of the merits, in terms of, as Pat just indicated, as to why additional land in some cases is definitely required. As Pat indicated, there may be times where land is not required, and therefore we don't acquire it in those situations. But most of the times we're still seeing, based on the pressures as it relates to just managing our stormwater outside of just the road allowance, but the base is increasing based on paved shoulder policies, plus utility locates. Even in a rural setting, it's limited in terms of the area that is required in order to squeeze everything in, so to speak. So, but we'd be happy to take a look at it and happy to have further discussion with council if that's the direction you want to take a look. I know too that we've had discussions in the past in terms of policy updates, and I think the focus has been on the road transfers and getting that to this stage. I know transportation is going to be working on some other policy updates they'll be bringing forward to council for consideration as well. So it could be part and parcel of those updates, maybe as part of 2026.
Yeah, maybe just kind of to repeat what Randy said, but we are working with legal, and legal's been working on a new land acquisition policy. Like I think back to when I started, people were pretty accepting of our number of what we thought property was worth. Not so much anymore. You know, But then again, you're down that road where if you pay $5,000 for a property assessment that the person's going to accept anyway, you're better off just having a better number to offer the person, right? So, you know, there's a general misunderstanding of what people's property is worth. They always include the house, even though the house is not something you're buying. So we are working with legal to try to get a better land acquisition policy. Because it is just, and as you see from some of our projects that have moved, the main driver seems to be, we just have a hard time getting the land. We've finally gone back down the expropriation road in a few cases, but again, that's time consuming and expensive too. And it'd be nice not to have to do that in every case. So we are working on it, trying to kind of get our policy straight and get a better process before we start doing major land acquisitions.
Randy, you want to add something?
Just through your chair, just to respond to the previous comment and question with respect to sharing the presentation in advance. And you know, from a staff's perspective, we would love to be able to share that as soon as we're able to. Right now, our over finance team, we're working a bit short. We have some staff shortages at the moment. So we were working on that presentation last night in order to finalize that to get it to you today. So we would have loved to have been able to provide that and share that in advance with council or this committee. We'll definitely follow up and share that presentation slide deck with committee, so you have that. And maybe we can even distribute it over the lunch break so that you have that as we go through the presentation as well. So I just wanted to flag that currently we're just working a bit short, and staff did a fantastic job to get us to provide the information that we're able to provide to you today.
Thanks, Randy. Scott, you have another question?
Okay, I'll just make a motion that staff return a document or an update to the Budget and Finance Committee last week in November. I believe we meet one last time before the December meeting, just relative to any changes in costs that the standard road allowance or right away width, as opposed to the 105th requirement, would be for dollars. Dollar value, if possible, something approximate to dollar value. It's hard to quantify because I can understand how much staff resource goes into legal and all those things that we don't see behind the scenes, but that's a huge cost. And we saw it at our last meeting in the request for additional legal resources right up front. So just wondered if that month might be, it would help committee, I think, establish a value for such a policy change.
Madam Clerk, I'm not sure we needed a motion, do we? Can we take that as direction to staff? Sorry.
I'm just not sure what we could produce in such short. It's like, are you saying that if every right of way never, like some are already 100, right? So I'm just not sure, like, I guess ultimately, you know, we have this asset optimizer program that we've been working on. The road exchanges has kind of hindered our progress a bit, but eventually the point is that every road we have will have a complete profile of what its life is going to be, when you're going to repave it, if you're going to ultimately go to some sort of upgrade of the granulars and the widening of the platform or something, because some of them, let's face it, we probably never will. The roads will stay in their current form. So it's hard to, you know, without knowing exactly what each purpose of the road is, whether it's, you know, one of our busier roads or kind of one of our, what we call county locals, which are still arterial roads. It's hard to just say what you need 100 feet for and what you need 66 feet for, and to define it and then try to figure out how much land. And in some cases, if there's a hill, you always have to get the property widening. So I don't know if it's a really easy thing to do. I mean, you could take all your kilometers and add 34 feet but I don't know what that would provide you really. It's not like you're instantly gonna save $80 million or, because we're not spending it. You know, we have 100,000 in our land acquisition policy every year. That's basically what we're trying to spend. So it's a hard ask. I'm not sure how easy it would be.
Okay, I got lots of hands in the air here and I'm not sure who to go to first. Randy, I'll let you go first, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Further to Pat's comments, there are a lot of factors that go into the costs to either acquire land or not acquire land. Those are all factors that obviously when we get into the design of the actual improvements or road, looking at what lands are required. As you heard earlier from Sean, even some of the road transfers and the designs and the estimate land acquisition, that's based on the information that we have currently. That's further refined as we have further data, further information, further survey drawings, etc., to be able to determine what land is actually required. It then varies based on where that land is located, and you know, based on the value of the land, and it varies by municipality and by area. If you're acquiring land within an urban area versus a rural area, it varies, right? So there's a lot of factors that go into that. Again, as Pat indicated, we're working with legal to try to come up with some better valuations with respect to those lands based on what we're seeing and happening on the ground. But we don't have all that information at this stage, probably to bring that forward back prior to the budget and finance committee meeting. But we are working on that, actively working on that.
Niall, do you want to take a run at that now, please?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, just very briefly, I believe the question may have stemmed from the road transfers as the driver. And so the projects that are listed on slides like this, there's a similar slide for 2027 and a similar slide for 2026. At this point, these are not yet built into the capital program. They're being flagged as an unknown because we haven't actually completed the road transfers at this point. So there are no budget impacts to where you see concession 12 may need some may need land acquisition. That cost is not built into the budget at this point because we haven't had a chance to be able to look at the road to see whether that acquisition is needed. So on the slides which are associated with the road transfers, those costs are not yet built into the budget. We're simply flagging them as a pressure which is to come, but we haven't yet had an opportunity to quantify.
Okay, Councillor Gregg and then Councillor Nielsen.
Okay, thanks. I think that answered it right there. Because what I was concerned with is we're seeing dollars being driven here from the road exchange program, and here's the standard that we have pulled ourselves to, and here's all the various gaps where we don't have the 100-foot right away right now. So this is injecting all these extra costs, but that's not even there. So it's a non-issue at this time then. So perfect. I can move forward from there. My next one,
Councillor Nielsen.
oh, yes.
Councillor Nielsen, was your question related to that issue?
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just getting clarity from Pat's comments. Your wording was that the 100-foot is kind of the goal. I was just getting clarity. Is that the actual like policy, written policy, that the 100-foot, or was our policy, because you've mentioned that we have roads of different widths. So I'm just trying to determine the need for Councillor Gregg's like report request, although I think that's been figured out by now. But it was just whether or not there's actually a policy on books that says Gregg County's road width is 100 feet, or is it just that an attempt to acquire or some other wording that isn't actually like a set in stone policy?
Pat?
Yeah, there is an old transportation policy, and I think it was mentioned in a few of our studies over the years about the goal being to acquire 100-foot right of ways. That being said, there's other old Gregg County policies that say every center line culvert should be 600 millimeters. Well, in many cases, that's not needed. So we wouldn't necessarily do that if there's not a lot of flow there. So it is one of those policies that I guess it's a goal you would go for. But it's not number one on the priority list because sometimes it just doesn't really apply.
Okay, Councillor Gregg.
Next question, noting some of the new or changed road projects within the budget for 2026. Are there any existing projects that staff have looked at and considered incorporated a change in scope? Made any alterations to try to acknowledge the increased costs coming elsewhere?
See, everybody wants to come and answer that one. Sean.
And get my own theme music, something negative, I would imagine. Every single project that we look at, we're never building to the Cadillac standard. So when I say no, we didn't look at reducing the scope of anything. It's that it was looked at that way when we were generating the project in the first place. So all the jobs that were added are new costs, and there were not any additional cuts made to the scopes of the other projects to compensate.
Go ahead.
Okay, and so policies such as paved shoulders would still be applied to Gray Road 2, pulverize and pave, Gray Road 3, pulverize and pave. That would be standard carry forward, no deviations.
No, and it's something that we've kind of avoided bringing up. There are probably situations where reductions in shoulder widths could be made. But the feedback that we've gotten over a number of years is to not make those reductions.
Okay, lastly, I appreciate staff moving up Gray Road 1 and the importance of improving that road section between Owen Sound to East Linton. It's difficult. I'm just going to peel off to the medical community right now, but one family doctor, another at the health team were unfortunately hit by vehicles or in cycling accidents on county roads this summer, right off the top. So it's of an imperative importance. And Gray Road 1 is monumental to being one of the most used, and it is it's an asset that can be enhanced and plays a role in terms of our physician recruitment and doctor recruitment efforts that benefit all the residents of Grey County. So very happy to see Gray Road 1 moved up from the 2033 because it is in not very good shape. And it's so well used as people head out to Wolseley or to Big Bay, Island View Drive. Off of that, you in the budget also have in 2027, Gray Road 17B urbanization, Summer Street to Highway 21, $3.369 million. There was a grant ask on that one. Not sure where that's at. County council did discuss that about a year ago, I think. I absolutely do not support the word urbanization in that project scope. We have a policy at the county that's paved shoulders, so I can understand why there's some embankment there that would need to be excavated back, widen it up a little bit, keep the paved shoulders. They can be maintained in winter with the blade of the snowplow, easier going down through Nichols Gully, back up. There's 2 catch basins right now. The county is downloading its urban roads to the lower tier municipality. So I have no idea why there would be a rural cross-section of road where we would be looking to urbanize it or bring it up to an urban standard. That's completely contrary to the direction that we're undertaking right now. So I wonder what kind of change in scope could perhaps be looked at in that 2027 project and bring it back at a reduced value in the future. There's acknowledging cycling or a transportation lane. That shouldn't be there. That's nowhere in county policy right now to have these off roadway, cycling trails. That's an urban feature. If there is policy, please show it to me as to what has guided that. So I'm certain there can be reduced costs that come out of that capital project for 2027. And we need to find reduced costs wherever we can if we're going to continue to escalate asset management plans and ramp everything up and undertake the road transfers and urban downloads. And further, that if there's any residents, and if the response is there's residents out there that need it, then please provide them my phone number. They moved willingly to a rural part of the county. If they want the urban services, then move to where the urban services are provided. So just think staff can bring that back at a reduced value. And that's not even undertaking the winter maintenance. If you build extra cycling lanes or off-road, who's going to maintain it? The county has no resources at this time that maintain such. So that project could change in scope before coming back for next year or future years.
I am positive there was a question in there somewhere.
This is kind of a good example of hopefully where the new software will help a little bit, because when you do, like Garrett was showing earlier, the drill down into the job itself, because that one sheet that shows the job's 3.6 million, and we go through this ourselves when we're trying to kind of balance our budget. You think, well, there's $3 million here. Could we do it for 2 million? But then when you drill down, you realize that, I have it in my notes over there, but like 2.3 million of it is development charges. We've been collecting in a lot of the urban areas where the way they kind of sprawl out a bit, it kind of turns into kind of a semi-urban. Sometimes curbs are needed because of drainage issues. Sometimes it's just topography issues. So that is kind of one of those jobs that all the money, or most of it, is coming from DC's anyway. As far as maintenance, we've met with Georgian Bluffs about they could keep their sidewalk plow going and maintain it. So that is something we've been working on. The main thing of this is just the fact that, well, it happened Saturday night, right? Going to that concert and there's someone walking through Nichols Gully. There's a lot of vertical change, a lot of horizontal change. People kind of cut across the corner. It can be a pretty treacherous place for a pedestrian. And there's a lot of people walking through there to get groceries, walking to the school. So that's why we put it in there. It's not that we're trying to create this great big pedestrian hub. We just want them off our roadway behind a curb somehow. That is just kind of what we went down that road based on that. So is there changes there? I mean, you can always do less, I guess. Are you just providing a road that you're not real happy with? I guess you can do that. I don't know. That's kind of where we're at. So I don't know what the provision is for us to go over project by project scope, or if that is a provision. But it's a project we believe in. We hear, information from the public saying it'd really be nice if that was a little easier to navigate your way across. That's what we hear. But again, I don't know if that's something we need to bring it back a report on, or if it's just, it seems this job in particular is of concern to you.
Through you, Chair, and just to build on what Pat's indicating, yeah, based on what we're seeing in terms of the potential considerations with respect to the, I think if anyone's driven through that section of road, there is a pinch point when you get down to the valley, the gully area, I guess, and based on the design that Transportation Services looked at, we think this is the best option to be able to offset any pedestrian, any cyclist that may be using that section from a risk and liability perspective. We think that design achieves the best results from an overall road safety perspective. So are there some opportunities to reduce? Yeah, I think as you heard from Sean and both Pat, I think Transportation Services look at those opportunities always through every project, and are bringing forward projects that make the most sense based on the data and information that they have. So is it based on any set policy? It's based on the overall set policy of just road design that is based on what we're seeing from a needs perspective, not just the current needs, but projected future needs as well. So based on that, that's the design as Transportation Services has brought forward. And I think in the end, there are there always opportunities to look to reduce. We always look for those opportunities. At this stage, is there further refinement with respect to that specific project? I'm sure Transportation Services can take a look at that between now and 2027 when we refine our overall projects and numbers based on any new data and information that comes forward.
Thanks, Randy. Councillor Gregg.
Well, I think there always should be an opportunity for refinement. We would evaluate a capital project at our own lower tier municipalities if it was an arena and you had the design in front of you. It would be incumbent upon the council to take a look and say, well, do we need this, and this, and this? So I do think council and committee has a very important role in looking at it, because the flip side of that, what I hear is constantly from the taxpayer about the taxes and looking at the level of spending here at the county, and it's went up, way up, and way up. So I think every opportunity to look at projects is part of the role of this committee and part of council. Nothing should be going behind us. And I think, and I'm positive, not think, I'm positive there's an opportunity for a reduction in scope and to bring that cost value down, because it's unnecessary to build to an urban standard in a rural setting.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in response to Councillor Gregg, I mean, I understand where you're going, and I think if this is a project scope that you've mentioned a couple of times in the past, I think for clarity for staff, perhaps if Councillor Gregg puts forward a motion, and then if it's supported, then staff have a clear direction of what council as a whole is looking for, because it could be challenging for staff to hear from one perspective, council member, and then try to make a decision by feeling the room versus so. I would encourage Councillor Gregg to make an actual motion, and then we can see if community supports that in whole.
I would gladly make a motion that item CON 0036 be reevaluated by staff for opportunities for scope reductions and the cost of the project.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gregg. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Mackey seconds the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Chair. I think my comment there, I'm totally in favor of any savings we can get anywhere. I think in that particular section of road, it is a safety issue, not just for the pedestrians and the bikers, but for the motorists traveling through there. And you hit that crunch section and there's not enough width for two cars to meet with somebody on the side. So it really does come down to risk and safety, and how much of that do we want to take on as we go ahead. So I can support looking at reductions in cost savings where we can get them, but maybe not in the scope of the work in that area, just because of the safety of the residents and the people that use it. And that's not just the residents in the area when I think of motor traffic, because GPS takes a lot of people through that road to get out to Highway 6 again as the shortcut. So you're putting a lot of people onto a road that they're not familiar with, and there are concerns with the width of it. So just my comments. Thank you.
Gordon, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, could I please request that we have a visual reference of the motion either on the screens up there or in East Crab? Thank you.
I'm going to say sure, but I'm not the one that has to do it. While the clerk works on that, I'll see if there's any other comments, questions. Councillor Gregg.
Just to the safety concerns, I'm acutely familiar with that roadway. We run through it with running groups all the time. It can be made safer, and it would be made safer just with a standard reconstruction and incorporating paved shoulders, which is aligned with the current county policy and not moving beyond that. It does achieve some of the desired outcomes in just maintaining to the current policy.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Okay, we'll just, Councillor Eccles, go ahead, please.
I guess there's a concern about the risk and whatnot, but having in this rural area, having sidewalks or trails and whatnot, and from a personal at a lower tier, trying to keep our sidewalks and how many liability issues that contains. And now we're putting a sidewalk on a county road that, or a trail. I don't know, if we're thinking about risk, 6 months of the year or even more, we've got a pile of risk on trails and sidewalks now. And now we're going to add that into it. I just have a problem putting that a rural area into an urban standard as well too. For the risk that we're going to inherit and put onto our insurance aspects. No question there, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the motion is on the screen. The mover confirms that it is what the intent was. Seconder is okay with that. Very good. Any further comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Wait. Vote again. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Anything further for transportation? Councillor Eccles.
There's just one thing on clarity, and again, it comes down to a description. 0201. It's on page 28 of 620. Gray Road 124. And I'm not even sure what CIREAM means. That would be, so it's going to recycle that road. It's from the Wellington County boundary to Singhampton. Does Wellington County come up to the edge of Grey Highlands? There's 124. I'm a little bit geographically challenged, but I didn't realize that Wellington County went that far east. CON 0201. Gray Road 124. Serum, Wellington boundary to Singhampton.
Based on the time you got to the meeting, I wonder if you came through that area this morning, did you? Or
Not get too direction out of truck. Don't drop on Gray Road.
So, Pat, it is, okay, it's different, so is it tougher? Very good. Any other questions for transportation? All right, not seeing any. Do we want to do, we're scheduled for a break at 11:30 after housing, or do we want to do the break now? Break now? All right, let's break now for, just say 10 minutes, and we'll come back and do housing. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to bring the meeting back to order. Housing Services Capital. Anne Marie. Welcome, good morning.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you. So starting off, last year in 2026, last year for 2026, we forecasted an increase of around $200,000, and we are over that by 114. As per our county's reserve fund, the reserve contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund is to be 1% of the county's levy contribution. In 24 and in 25, we did not keep up with that. That's what we used. We cut that in order to reduce our spending within our portfolio. We are recommending that we return to the 1% contribution, and that is an additional $129,000. I also wanted to note too that we do have more spending in our 25 and 26 capital than normal because we did receive a CMHC funding, and that funding provides 30% of all of our capital projects that are completed in 25 and 26. We wanted to maximize that. In 24, we had a look at, what could we bring forward, what made sense to do in combination. For example, our air makeup units. We did a number of air makeup units together. Same with other projects that just made sense to do that in order to capitalize on those funds. Alrighty, so some of the highlights and changes, I just wanted to identify our elevator projects. If you look on the screen at 650 4th Street, we brought forward a report. This was scheduled for 2026, but we had to move it earlier because we were unable to get replacement parts for it. Delta's been great to work with and has searched all over Southwestern Ontario for some parts for us so it can continue to work. But when we go to replace an elevator, it is a long process. We usually hire an elevator consultant and then go out for tender. And then nowadays, it is about 6 to 8 months in order to get the replacement or the parts that you require for it. So we knew that having an elevator on the blitz, that it needed to be done sooner. We have an elevator at 225 14th Street that is in a similar elevator. So we are going to run into the same problems and already have had a few replacement parts that we've had to do. So we did move that to 2026. And also we have another elevator, 81 Bruce Street in Thornbury, that is due too. And just to give you an idea, these elevators are somewhere between 30 and 40 years old. So definitely due for replacement. Waterproofing and stair replacement at Alpha Street. This is another large project that we have from 26 to 28. So it will be $250,000 per year. We are looking at staging it. Number one, it's a lot of work. And number two, it's a lot of disruption for where it is happening. So that is to help with some of the leaking that we've been having and to replace front stairs because it will be the front area that will be done. We're also going to remove the gardens that are there so that upkeep is no longer required at the side of the houses, and we'll put something that's very low maintenance there. To highlight some of our 2026 projects, we have in-suite radiators that are due at our high rise. We have 180 activator valves there, and we've had leaks in quite a few of them. These are the original from 1977, so they certainly don't owe us anything. That is the main source of heat within our units. We do have a boiler system that runs the rest of the hallways and common areas. So these are going to be changed. We will look to see if there is anything now that is more efficient, obviously energy efficient when we do this replacement. We're looking at some bathroom rebuilds too. 2 of them coming up next year. Sorry, 3 of them coming up next year. The renovations on these bathrooms, the bathrooms are anywhere again from 25 to 30 years of age. And probably the second time that they've been done in these buildings. The buildings are anywhere from 50 years old and above. Most of our social housing was built through various programs with the province in between 1968 and 1980, with the majority of the housing being built between 1970 and 75. So when things come due, they all come due in together as these projects. So that is with our bathrooms. We have our building condition assessment update. We are looking forward to that every 5 years. It's nice to have another third party into our buildings to have a look and see what they see might be either aging well or not aging well. And we do this obviously in consultation with our staff too. We have some air makeup units coming due next year at $150,000 each in Thornbury and one in Meaford. And there's various other projects, I'm sure, as you've noted in the handout and the reports. These are just some highlights. In housing, we have some reports that are some projects that happen annually that are just for maintenance and upkeep. And then we look and see what across the portfolio needs to be completed. 2027, we have a number of kitchens, 2 kitchens rebuilds that are due, and our exterior doors that are 16th Street family units. 2028, we have a few more kitchen and bath builds. Again, these are projects that are over the $100,000 mark. Property, so housing also looks after the property, meaning this building here. So our levy requirement in 2026 is $765,300. There is a $980,000 or $9,800 increase. We are increasing the reserve following the unbudgeted administration roof renovation that has happened that is so far not covered under warranty. We also have one project that has been rolled over from 2026, and that's the Morrison building, which is right back here that we also own, looking at some carpet and some vinyl flooring replacement there. I can stop before I go on to social services.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Keaveney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Anne Marie, for your presentation. I'm wondering, as we're doing some of these rebuilds, the kitchens and bathrooms and so on, if we're looking at accessibility, are we replacing just the accessible units with accessible showers and so on, or is this an opportunity to consider allowing more units to have accessible options?
We do in our bathrooms take that into consideration. And when we are redoing, we may put more grab bars in, a higher toilet, that kind of idea. Showers to tubs, we have done that in the past, and we do have some identified units in our buildings. So they would be like for like. If we, for instance, were replacing in a seniors building, then we would certainly look at that. Our family units, we tend to stick with tubs because our families like them for their kids. And kitchens, we don't tend to do a whole lot of accessibility in our kitchens unless it's an actual accessible unit, just simply because of cost and need. We don't have an extremely high wait list for fully accessible units.
Thank you. Any other questions for Anne Marie? Okay, just one question from me. Is there any consideration for the project down at the south end of the county, or is that to come? The rebuild of the housing unit down there?
So we do have, for that, we have the funding through the Affordable Housing Fund that was set aside this year will be rolled over next year, and that will get to all of our architectural needs. We're still working. There will be an update to our Community Services Committee at the end of November about where we're at with that. We're hoping to have all of those drawings and everything done in the spring and go out for tender. We're still waiting for financial programs to come from the federal government too. At this point, all the financial programs have been discontinued for the new Canada builds. Also hoping that that comes out in the spring. Timing would be perfect if we had both available to apply then.
Thank you. Councillor Greg, you have a question.
Thank you. Thanks, Anne Marie. There's a few mentions of the Morrison building. I'm just wondering if you could expand on usage of the Morrison building and future uses as well. And then a follow-up question on the affordable housing reserve.
Through you, Chair. The building, Morrison Building, is one that we've owned since I've been here. I'm not quite sure how long we've owned it. Canadian Mental Health Association does rent it from us and provide programming there. And we rent it out to them. We do provide some funds when things are needed to be done, but the Canadian Mental Health Association has also applied for their own funding through their Ministry of Community and Social Services. So for some upgrades there too. So there's a bit of upgrade going on by the renter too.
Okay, thanks. And recently we just renewed an agreement with Lutheran Family Social Services, which just from that report left us, it was $1.6 million of capital funds to be dispersed. Will come from the Affordable Housing Fund Reserve. The reserve balance on January 1st was 924,000, projected at 2.046 at the end of 25 before accounting for this transaction. That's associated with the 1% levy contributions. Could you just speak to what's the projected year-end balance of that reserve and any other items that are ins and outs to that reserve?
So correct, that report said we would have just over $2 million in the Affordable Housing Reserve at the end of 2025 before that transfer happened. So after that transfer occurred, we'd be left with 446,000. At this point, though, I believe the capital payment will not be all coming through in 2025. It's based on how the building is progressing. So some of that payment will come out in 2026, but at the end of 2025, there's only 446,000 of uncommitted funds in that reserve. So then every year we continue to fund that reserve through the levy contribution. But the additional funding sources there are when we sell a Westmount unit, the net proceeds of those sales go towards that reserve as well, to be reinvested into affordable housing down the line. I think, was there a question about the uses of that reserve as well? Or?
I don't think you have any further ins and outs coming out of it from the sound of that. Just one further question then. The 240 or 287th Avenue that had the fire, it's undergoing pretty fulsome renovation. Were there any projected items, for instance, in like the 10-year capital plan that staff are able to say, okay, we had this projected at 126,000 or 14,000 or whatever in 2028, 2031. We're no longer needing to project those in the same way because we just renovated the whole building because of the fire, and insurance has been utilized. So are there any 10-year capital projects such as that fall out of there that can be utilized in terms of being directed to that housing reserve and negating an enhanced contribution?
So there were only a few units that were actually impacted by the fire that would have been completely renovated. There was only about 3 of them. So the rest of them were smoke damage, any water damage. So mainly your walls, that kind of idea. So they would still need new kitchens, new baths, that idea. We do have a project coming up in 4 bathrooms. And so obviously we'll have 3 less bathrooms that we have to do out of the 20. So there is that. But long term, because there is a brand new roof going on, that roof won't need to be done as soon. That isn't within the next 10 years, but certainly will help us in the future in that way. So that is the only thing. And if I can also address the Affordable Housing Fund, we are planning on using some of the funds in the future for our build in Dundalk. And we've also, any other projects that come about. The fund itself has been excellent to use as seed funding to get projects started off the ground. Funding went to it for the 14th Street build, for our motel, to buy some land in Owen Sound. It's going towards the Lutheran build. It'll go towards our Dundalk build and any other future builds too. So it really has been well worth it.
Actually, that just reminded me, I was gonna ask about the market or the Markdale and the Durham site preparations. Were we drawing from the reserve for those future housing prospective developments?
Not from the Affordable Housing Fund.
Any other questions for Anne Marie on the housing fees? Okay, we'll proceed into social services. Anne Marie, please.
For social services, there is no levy impact for 2026. We have our regular scheduled computer purchases that we have from reserve for 26, 27, and 28. We have our early on build that's happening in Hanover. And this build is going to be funded through reserves and the sale of the existing building. We do go out for tender in November for construction cost estimates. So again, what we do have up there is an estimate, but we do have extra funds in reserve if it does come in over our projected estimate. Happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Are there any questions from committee? Okay, not seeing any. We've already been through property, right? We did that with the housing, sure. Okay, thank you very much, Anne Marie. Moving on to paramedic services, I'll welcome Kevin McNabb to the podium. Morning, sir. Yeah, it is still morning, so floor is yours, sir.
There we go. That was. I was just speaking loud. Just wanted to say thank you to Laura and Garrett and the finance team for helping us put this budget together. So for paramedic services, the 2026 net levy requirement is $349,200, which is an increase of $150,600 over 2025. The reasons for this is the 2025 build for the Feversham has been moved forward. It's not going to be completed this year, so being moved over into 2026. There's also a $5,300 increase to ensure our reserves make up for inflationary increases each year. It's being offset by $3,800 from development charges and also $20,700 to borrow from reserves for the enhancement plan. Just an update on the enhancement plan due to recent increases we've seen with the base builds and also taking in operating expenses. There's been a $21,100 increase. It used to be $410,000 yearly. That price going forward with the new increases is $431,100. Some key additions in 2026 is the new Dundalk base, which brought forward to council just a little over a week ago. That's due to the fire department expansion in Dundalk. As well, we're proposing a kitchenette addition at the Chatsworth base. We built the Chatsworth base in 2019. The kitchen was it is a shared kitchen with the transportation folks. There is no kitchen facilities currently in the base itself. Just in feedback from staff, they'd like a small area to be able to prepare their meals, clean up their meals. If they get a call, they have a place to put their dishes in the sink, clean up their dishes if they're not laying around. Again, it's just promoting a more healthier place for them to be able to have their meal prep and be able to clean up. But right within the base themselves, we feel we could put a kitchenette in and then tie it into the plumbing just beyond the wall. So it's not a huge expense to do that. And for the enhancement plan, rebudgeting for the Feversham base, again, that's going into 2026. And then also the plan build for the Ayton base in 2026 as well. For replacements, this year, we're the ambulances we've been talking about this probably since the start of COVID about they're taking anywhere between 20 and 24 months to come in. We currently are moving 7 forward from this year that we're not receiving, and there will be 2 budgeted replacements for next year. That makes up the 9. I am happy to report that there is another vendor on the marketplace, and we have tendered for an ambulance. We had 1 ambulance this year for the enhancement plan, and the tender is out right now, and it'll be closing on November 6th, and that'll hopefully give us some competition in the marketplace. And their replacement is up to 6 to 12 months, so it's quite a bit different. And We saw them recently at our year-end conference and the trade show, and they're very competitive vehicles. So you wouldn't be able to see much of a difference. So we really look forward to see what that tender looks like this year. For vehicles, we typically keep the vehicles 6 years. We have some now in their 8th year. We usually get rid of them around 275,000 to 350,000 kilometers to stay away from heavy repairs. But we're seeing a few vehicles right now, a couple over 500,000 kilometers. So we will see quite a change in our fleet in the next year when all these vehicles come in. They'll be upgraded, but it's been a long time to get here, even trying to order a year ahead at a time. There's a one emergency response vehicle. That's a 7-year life. That was a community paramedic vehicle that we bought in 2019. There's 5 power stretchers. These are on a 10-year replacement cycle, and 14 stair chairs, which is the majority of our fleet of stair chairs, and they're on a 10-year replacement cycle as well. Typically, for the striker stretchers and the stair chairs, there are a 7-year warranty period. Because of the strong preventative maintenance program that we have within transportation, we have these on a 10-year cycle replacement. The roof in Owen Sound, we talked about this last year with the budget, and we just thinking about we were going to do work on the roof to extend the life, but we're just looking through that now as to maybe continue to reevaluate that roof on a yearly basis and be able to push those costs out further. So for 2027, the budget for 2027 capital is 664,100. Which is an increase of 314,900. And the main driver for this is the introduction of a Dundalk-based debenture in 2027. We figure that it'll be built through 2026. And then there's also the build of 2026, and then this will be the debenture starting in 2027 for the Ayton base. And the other one is 5,600. Again, that's to keep up with inflationary increases. This is being offset by development charges and then also the enhancement plan borrow from our reserve. In 2027, the enhancement plan is calling for the Thornbury base for that year. So that's the main driver there. Also that year, that's where we had 2 more 12-hour shifts. So the enhancement plan calls for the addition of 3 ambulances, which at that time will push our fleet of ambulances to 22 ambulances. We'll need 15 for the front line and 7 spares. So with that, when we buy these 3 new ambulances, typically when we buy an ambulance, we move a lot of equipment over, but this will be addition similar to what we did this past year, 3 ambulances, and then all of the larger purchases, defibrillators, power stretchers, mechanical CPR, stair chairs, tablets, and GPS to fit those vehicles. In 2027, there is power load stretchers or power stretchers again. That's 158. These are just replacements. Again, we're replacing stretchers on a 10-year basis. And the parking lot that's been rolled forward into 2027 as well. Again, we continue to evaluate the parking lot if we need to do it in Owen Sound. It's not at a point that we feel it needs to be done, so we just keep moving those costs forward. For the 2028 capital plan, some of the enhancement addition will be the planned New Cobble Beach base. And there's 3 replacement ambulances in 2028. You'll see the prices of these ambulances are lower. The rationale for those is that we are reusing the power loads. We use those for 2 cycles. We use them for 6 years, and then we take them out and we put them in for another 6 years. There'll be 1 power load stretcher. And again, the parking lot, we'll continue to evaluate that on a year-by-year basis.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions for Kevin from the committee? Councillor Keaveney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. I completely understand and support the need to build these new bases, but I'm just curious to know 3 next year then? That's aggressive, and do we have the capacity to project manage and to get all 3 built in 2026?
Yeah, that is a lot to manage, and then we are managing those mostly in-house to save on costs. The Feversham base right now, we're still working with Dom to find cost efficiencies. That's right. I just was out there now, just at a meeting, and then Dundalk will be going to tender. So those 2 will be going. I don't anticipate that. Like I would like to be able to, we're going to look at 8 next year, but probably late in the year, and we also have the comprehensive deployment review, if it's approved in budget, to look at all the bases and all the plans going forward. So that's the other thing too, is to see if our plan still holds to what we come up with in 2022, 2023 going forward. So it is a lot. Can it be done? We'll get it done. But again, I think that the 2 bases, Dundalk and Feversham, they hopefully will be built by the summer of next year, and then that'll lead us into the fall. And if Eaton's a go ahead, then we'll be on to that. And like the idea with these plans is that we build to repeat them, even the site plans and stuff like that, to the best of our ability. We'll have kind of the layout, and then based upon whatever the geographic is of that area, but we hope to be able to continue on with that similar build.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Gregg.
2 items I'd like to speak to. The first one is 6 years ago, the addition was put onto the county depot building at Chatsworth. I'm not convinced of the extra $20,000 requirement for a dedicated kitchenette. We've had huge expansion supporting the paramedic services with the new bases, and I think this $20,000 is one that committee should be not moving forward with at this time. We have kitchen facilities. I mean, it's not like the works department eats outside in the picnic table in January. So I haven't been convinced of the requirement after 6 years to have another kitchenette addition. So I'll make a motion that $20,000 be removed from the 2026 budget. Then I can let committee can decide.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Or seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen, please.
Thank you very much. If I can, Kevin, if you can just express or explain, has there been an increase with the capacity changes through transportation and paramedic services? Is there an increase in bodies at this depot? And is that part of the challenge with the shared services?
Just before you go there, is this related to the amendment or to the motion to remove? It is? Okay, good. Kevin?
I can't speak. This wouldn't be anything to do with transportation services. We do have a community paramedic there. Like we don't know what we don't know. Like we built the Chatsworth base. It's, if you've been in there, it's a nice space in the garage, but it's pretty tight quarters for what we need to do. And having this space, I think we're having staff to be able to prepare their meals, and they get a call and then they end up, you run your dishes to the sink in the transportation thing, put the dishes in their sink when they're, I mean, there's a bunch of different things like that. Again, it was just it was to support staff, be able to have a place to be able to do their meals. And I think it'd be really worthwhile to be able to do for them. But again, it's up to committee.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions related to the motion? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call the question on the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? That fails. You had another? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Gregg.
Next item is I will make a motion that the base for Ayton be deferred to the 2027 budget. And that well, I'll just leave it at 2027. We can do the Thornberry is next in line, but the motion will be that the Ayton base be deferred to the 2027 budget. The reason being, let's finish the jobs that are in front of us right now. We've already heard that Feversham has got bumped back a little bit. Durham's been a while and it looks great. So let's finish the Feversham, and we have had to undertake a new base in Dundalk that was not planned for when we undertook the deployment review. Nobody saw this coming. It wasn't forecasted. This is the second base in 2026. It is being undertaken internally. It is a huge draw on resources, so I would be much more supportive. Let's do the two bases in 2026. That's Feversham. And that is Dundalk. That was unplanned for. Ayton can get to 2027. And I think we heard in around 2030 or 2033, about $700,000 comes off the debenture payments, which is the administration building here. So every year that we can limp what is a significant expansion in our paramedic services closer to when we have a big capital plan that drops off the debenture form, that's positive. So I think 3 is unnecessary to have in the budget for next year. One of them was unplanned. That's Dundalk. So we're doing 2. We're moving forward. So that's my motion. Thanks.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Eccles seconds the motion. Any further discussion on the motion to defer Ayton to 2027? Kevin, do you want to speak to it at all? Or are you good?
No, I do look forward to the mini review next year to ensure that, we've committed to that, to ensure that we're doing the best that we can with what the plan that was put in place. And I think that'll help drive some of the decisions. We'll have that information back, hopefully summer or fall next year, and that'll help drive that. And if we push it forward, then that, that all aligns.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Garrett, you want to speak? Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to highlight one thing and then maybe ask for clarity too, for staff. The first is the Mary Lou at last committee of the whole gave a very good overview of how the paramedic service grant works, and we do get amortization or reimbursed for the budgeted amortization on our capital assets. So removing it from the 26 budget will reduce, in theory, the 27 grant that we get. Just want to make sure it's not a huge dollar, because although these are expensive assets, they're amortized over such a long period and we get 50% of that. But then just so we can build the 10-year capital for the November 29th meeting, if this motion is supported, is then the intent to move back the base that was intended to be in 27 to 28 and push all those bases back 1 year, or would 27 be a 2 base year?
Good question to me. The original intent would have been to back them all up, but I don't think that's necessary. Just backing the Ayton one up gives us time as a council to see that forthcoming report and that review next year to see where we are standing once we've had incorporated these new bases and see what kind of results that we're getting. So at that time, I think there's opportunity still a year from now that council can evaluate whether they look at pushing Thornberry back one further year, Cobble 28 or 29. Those decisions I think could be made down the road. So I don't have intent yet at all the other, domino effect. Just the Ayton base pushed back to 1 year, and then the debenture follows the next year. So I think that's the important part. The base is built, the debenture follows the subsequent year.
Okay, good clarification. Any further discussion or questions? Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious to know, Kevin, because I know we've had reports on response times and so on, but I don't have that in front of me, nor do I remember. Can you remind us where we're sitting right now in the Ayton area for response times and call volumes?
I don't have that right at my fingertips. Can I get a few minutes to get that for you, or is that?
Thank you, sir. Okay, final call for questions. Councillor Eccles.
just a comment, and it's, moving that station. I guess basically the thing is going out for an RFP in the fall. We've had some delays in the Feversham one, the Dundalk one, we're not 100% a go on it that, well, we're 100% go on it, but will there be delays in that? And as you said, Kevin, getting those ones pretty much through and into the fall, this isn't much of a delay. And the idea of putting a tender out in the fall and thinking that it's going to be a 2026 project. If we put it out in the fall, that would be September. We put out the tender, get it back in the middle of October, trying to do the timelines, and to start digging and carrying on in December. And I know that the individual that did the project in Durham, that company, they would prefer if it was something closer to the spring when, and I haven't looked at the Farmer's Almanac for 2026. Are we going to have as much snow as we did in 24, 25? Because they spent many hours. So I think for efficiencies in the build, moving this starting in the fall of 26 to 27 in a spring, and doing the Cobble Beach one at that point in time as well. We can probably do two, but just the idea of starting a project in the fall in Grey County, even if it is in southern Grey County where the palm trees grow, it just makes sense to push it back.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Councillor Carleton.
Thank you. Just some clarification around, it was mentioned the amortization and how that affects the grant for the next year. And is that a bigger impact than maybe we realize? I can agree with the construction idea of it happening the following year, but I'm just concerned about us missing maybe a grant opportunity and how much cost that would be.
Garrett, go ahead. Please hold.
So quick math, if the base was $2.5 million, we would say we're amortizing it over 30 years. In the first year, we claim half a year of amortization because obviously it's not built January 1st, and then we get 50% back on that calculation. So back-of-hand math, it works out to about $20,000 in lost grant that we'd see in the 2027 budget if this was removed from the 26 budget. But then as Councillor Greg said, that would also though push the debenture payment back from 2027 to 2028. So the net you'd still be saving funds.
Okay, thank you, Garrett, for that quick cowboy math. Any other questions on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Anything else, Kevin? Go ahead.
Just for Councillor Keaveney, this is the response time report from March this year. And if you just go down, it's broken down into right here to the lower tiers. Oh, gosh, can't see. There we go. So there's all the lower tier municipalities. So CTAS 2, 3, 4, and 5. West Grey's meeting those, so it's 15 minutes. CTAS 2 and then 3, 4, and 5 meeting those. We're meeting SCA, but the CTAS ones were below. So that's all our lower tiers put together. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any other questions for Kevin? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Kevin. So I'm led to believe that the Director of Long-Term Care, Jennifer, is ready to proceed with her report. We're not quite ready for lunch yet, so Jennifer? I'm also led to believe that this will be quick. I've been led wrong before, so prove me wrong. Jennifer, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I had my colleagues reaching out of concern. I only had 2 slides, which is very out of character. So, okay, I'll do my best. For the long-term care, there is only 2 slides, and what you see in front of you is the net levy requirements for 2026 and the forecasted requirement for 2027. We fund the majority of our projects, capital projects, through reserves, unless provincial funds become available, and we often can't predict when that will happen. When it does happen, we of course use the provincial funds first, which then allows some flexibility in the levy impact. An example would be some minor capital funds related to air conditioning in the past couple of years. And so there were opportunities if the operator was already providing air conditioning at a certain level, then there was flexibility in how they could use those provincial funds for other capital projects. So those are just a couple of examples. The 3% that you see on the chart reflects our regular contribution to reserves to ensure that funds are available and consistent over our 10-year plan. And just a note, in the 2027 forecast for Rockwood Terrace, over the past about decade, Rockwood Terrace reserve contributions were reduced based on the 10-year capital plan of focusing on repairs and equipment replacement as an as-needed basis based on resident safety, team member safety. So if the building condition assessment indicated that floors needed to be repaired or replaced, and they weren't showing any sign of disrepair, then we would just hold those funds in reserves until there came a time where, for example, there was an area that needed to be repaired, and we would replace that section. And so what you see in the 2027 forecasted column is increasing those contributions over a 4-year phase beginning in 2027, so that the capital reserves into the new building and the 10-year plan as it evolves, that the funds are appropriate for 10 years from now, 15 years from now. And am I moving the slide? Yes, I am. And on the second slide, a little bit of an overview about long-term care. Capital projects are determined based on our building condition assessment and refreshment of equipment. Our project development is based on resident safety, our capacity to be able to complete projects based on the long-term care guidelines. And just a little note about that, any significant projects that impact resident or resident care, we are required to submit an operation plan to the Ministry of Long-Term Care for their approval prior to the beginning of the project. So for example, a significant floor replacement, let's say in resident bedrooms and down the main corridors, would impact residents. We need to coordinate it so that residents are out of their bedroom for a length of time. We need to ensure that we're using low fume adhesives. Those are the kinds of things that we need to take into consideration. If a tub room is out of service while we do a replacement or repair, we need to provide a plan to the Ministry of Long-Term Care in how we will maintain resident care and service during that project. And so all of that is taken into consideration when we're looking at our 10-year plan. We have also, over the last few years, been really focusing on efficiencies and opportunities to look at the department as a division and all three homes, and where are there opportunities to bundle projects together to be completed across the same home, across all three homes, to look at standardizing systems. So for example, nurse call is an example of where currently we have two different systems out of the three homes. And so as we look to replace, a similar system to make it easier for our partner departments that support us, like IT, for our team members, if they're working in more than one of our homes. So looking for opportunities for consistency, and perhaps some opportunities for more efficiencies in the cost of a project or a replacement if we're looking at doing that replacement across three homes and not just one. There is only one new project in that was not previously on the 10-year capital plan, with the exception of the 10th year, of course. And that is the evacuation equipment for $30,000 at Lee Manor. Lee Manor recently did a mock evacuation. We're required under the legislation to do a full simulation exercise every 3 years. And part of that process is to practice our emergency response protocols, education, training, and a chance to audit what things went well, where there are opportunities to improve. And this exercise was a very large exercise, and we partnered with our emergency support partners, so fire, police, etc. And it was identified that there is a need for evacuation equipment from the second floor if all elevators are down, how are we helping evacuate residents from the second floor to the main floor in a safe way? And we need to purchase that equipment. And finally, just a note that our reserve funds are adequate to cover our 10-year capital plan. Happy to take any questions. And if there's any specific project questions, Marcus is here to provide support. And so if you could just articulate which project number it is, there's a lot of projects across the three homes. It would just make it easier for us to be able to quickly respond.
Very good. Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Gregg.
My microphone must be stuck on. One question, and it's a $50,000 item for Grey Gables for fencing, Jen. It's not, I guess it was on the capital plan. There had been perhaps some ideas about adjoining property usage in the past next to Grey Gables. Fences often look good for the first 2 or 3 years, and then I think most people think of them like farmers, which is what motivates the electric fence going in front of it. What other alternatives are there? Have we looked at living fences like cedar, hedgerows? What's been looked at, and what's motivating a $50,000 item for the fence?
Great, thank you. And through you, and then if we get into the details, if we need to get into more details, this is a good news, bad news story. So the fence has been on the 10-year capital for Grey Gables for quite some time. We first quoted it during the pandemic, and I think it was around $160,000 so this is where the good news comes in. It's come significantly down from what was quoted in the heart of the pandemic. And so we are very open to options like a living fence, and that would be ideal. That is actually more costly than what we've quoted in this project. The purpose of this fence at Grey Gables, there are 2 garden areas. One is the Memorial Garden, and it has a very high fence that allows that garden to be deemed as a a safe, and I just had the word in the, but it's left me. It is a garden that residents can access safely without any risk of them leaving the garden. It's a safe and secure garden under the legislation. The other garden is off, it's between Valley View and Pine Ridge. And that garden does not have a high enough fence that would make it considered a secure area. So people could come in and out by just hopping a little fence. So it limits the opportunities for residents to be able to access that space. And part of our Color It Promise is to provide a space and an environment where people can live their life as normally as possible in a congregate setting. So residents who may have some cognitive impairment are not able to use that garden area without being accompanied by a family member or a team member. So by updating the fence to make it meet that security criteria, really expands the options for residents to be able to have outdoor access. So that's a bit more context about it. When it was $160,000, it was partly there was supply and demand challenges. There was lots of things going on during the pandemic. And part of the project looked at different mediums of material. So some of it was, you could see through it. Some of it was more wood. This is a more simple, scaled down, just meets the criteria to make it secure.
Thanks. And that pretty much negates, if it's legislation driven, then it kind of negates my upfront cost comparison versus full life cycle cost comparison, because that could be different. I guess the follow-up is then, how recently did we have this on the books at $160,000, and what happens to the difference between the 160 and the $50,000 in terms of the capital plan?
Thank you. And through you, I'm going to let Marcus weigh in because maybe I misspoke a little. I don't know. It was on the books. Okay, good.
No, you are correct. This has been a project that internally with staff and that kind of stuff, there's been a lot of conversations, the same as many would know for Grey Gables about the gazebo. It's been one that's been talked about for every year. And so finally we have something that comes forward that all sides of the table are saying, okay, we've got something reasonable and meaningful to come forward, because as much as we are great partners for 160,000, we've always said that this has been something that we're going to keep it on the 10-year capital. It was always pushed out further, sitting at 2027 or 2028, always just a little bit further, to say we need to circle back, revisit this, readjust the scope, find something that's actually reasonable. Now that it's coming at $50,000, this is something that actually can be done that is, again, reasonable. This, again, is all within the long-term cares capital reserve. So the savings is just kept into reserves for future projects and such like that. So there's no, that's where the funds just stay there for the next big thing to come up.
I appreciate the response. It's great it's back in the reserve. I just always like to then recognize it in the future. So it's realized. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Councillor Keaveney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen, I'm curious to ask about GG-0018, nurse call upgrades. It states that the life expectancy of the nurse call system is 5 to 10 years. So I wondered where we are in that 5 to 10 year spectrum. And I also wondered, the rationale. Is this kind of a nice to have, or is the current system failing? And I realize it's $150,000. What would be the harm in pushing it to 2027?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I might need Marcus to help me recall some of the details about, it's the nurse call is on Grey Gables and Lee Manor. And I believe it's been pushed a couple of times, pushed back. Partly so we are at that kind of end of the lifespan for both Grey Gables and Lee Manor. One of the reasons we pushed it one of the times was to align with the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment and to look at opportunities to implement the same nurse call system across all 3 homes. And so that's where the timing has landed for it to be on the plan where it is. In terms of the failing or not failing, it's we might need to defer to Jody McEachran potentially or for further discussion, but it's technology that becomes more difficult to keep up to date. So like software updates aren't available, that kind of thing. The other goal is for Grey Gables and Lee Manor to be similar to Rockwood Terrace, and what Rockwood Terrace is being able to implement with their nurse call is a technology that allows us to see where residents are in the building. And it has a special name that I can't remember. So if anyone can remember what that technology is called, that would be helpful. It's like that. So that is a real benefit in helping us support the safety of residents with responsive behaviors, residents who might be inclined to be out for their stroll and go into somebody's room that isn't theirs, and conflicts can come up in those situations, or a resident that we're trying to have a closer monitoring of. We can have, using that nurse call technology, we can have an alert go to PSW or an RPN or an RN to say, this person is on the move. And so we might go and intercept them and redirect them or provide whatever support or care they need. So those are the drivers for that. We are working through quotes. And so I do think that there's going to be some further discussion about nurse call, because I'm concerned that what's been budgeted isn't sufficient. So we may end up needing to revisit the timing of this anyway. Yeah, sure. If Marcus has something to add.
There's just one further nuance, I guess, with it, or just like an additional savings that comes with the nurse call system. So this has been across many projects, but this is, and Jody would be able to talk a lot more of the specifics on that, but we're now at the point, so each of our homes has an on-site server that exists on that for what we've always handled for all of our software applications, all of our programs. We've been moving diligently over the last couple of years to cloud-based programs, so ones where they keep the service off-site. The nurse call system is the last one on that said server. And so once we get a nurse call system like this one that is on there, we then can get rid of, and then we won't have on our refreshment cycle as well, servers needing to be replaced. And so we were able to pull it up quickly, but in 2013, so the servers are due for refreshment to come back to, as they're now over 10 years old, because the last time that they were replaced was in 2013 for $118,000. So if we keep the current one, we risk having to buy a new server to house it. So then we're seeing those costs, and especially, yes, we can get obviously potentially a smaller server or something because it's only one program on it, but it's the idea of we still need to spend a significant amount for one system to sit on it versus everything else is cloud-based now.
Thank you, Jennifer and Marcus. Niall wanted to jump in there, please. Go ahead now.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the Director of IT Services is online and able to answer any questions, but I'm going to try and do justice to what I've received just here. So a few months ago, you did receive a report in regards to VxRail and the need to extend the server life, and that's exactly what Marcus just referred to. So our hope is that by being able to migrate away from nurse call at this point, we won't need to incur those costs that we had outlined to extend the VxRail software into 2027 to support the on-premise requirements for server storage to support the nurse system. So if we're able to bring this one forward, we may be able to limp through with the existing service without incurring those costs. So there is a potential saving from the server side of things by moving forward the nurse call stuff in the next year.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions for Jennifer? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Good report. Okay, it is now, I'm gonna say 12:33. Why don't we break for lunch and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock or shortly thereafter. Madam Clerk, the lunch is in the Georgian room. All right, let's do that. So we'll recess for lunch.
Jacket on shortly.
1 minute warning. All right, I got the thumbs up from Rob that the magic motion machine is ready to record, and Scott is ready to roll with his presentation. So we'll bring the meeting back to order, and we'll proceed with planning services and Director Scott Taylor. Scott.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, I guess, to members of the committee here. So I'll try to keep this brief. Just before I get started, I would like to thank the entire finance team, and particularly Kara, who has been holding my hand throughout this process and instructing me. So the finance team is wonderful, and even short staff, they've done a bang up job with this whole process. So with respect to planning, as we've talked about before, we're generally divided into two separate groups as it pertains to a capital budget. We have sort of our core land use planning services, whereby a lot of our capital needs would be studies or updates to the official plan in that regard. And then we have our forestry and trail services, where a lot of the capital needs come back to our bridges and structures, bridges and culverts on the CP Rail Trail. And so with respect to the levy requirement for 2026, the works that we're doing in 2026 will be funded through various reserves. But then, of course, we replenish those reserves to make space for future years. So with respect to the planning function, it would be 24,700 going into reserves. With respect to the forestry and trails, it would be 116,700. And then similarly in 2027, there would be a total of about 143,900 going into reserves in that regard. So this is a slight increase over 25, and generally speaking, nothing is getting cheaper. And even in terms of the work that we do within the county itself, and utilizing Pat's team and Bob Cherry's bridge crew, we add a small sort of inflationary increase each year for that, based on both the staff time and the materials needed to repair those bridges and culverts in that regard. And so with respect to what we're looking at more specifically in 2026, again, I don't think there should be any surprises here. A large portion of the forestry and trails piece would be the bridges and culverts work that we contract out to Transportation Services in that regard. So that would be coming in at approximately $68,000 for 2026. We'll be continuing on with the legal and survey work of the CP Rail Trail to move those remaining sections of the CP Trail into the land registry system. And so this was a recommendation from Legal Services a number of years ago, and we've been putting 25,000 in the capital budget each year since then. And then 2026 is also a year that we're partnering with Transportation Services on a bridge and culvert assessment. So that would be hiring a consultant for the CP Rail Trail. And that's a joint RFP with Transportation Services, whereby we take a small portion of that consultant's time to assess the structures on the trail alongside the structures that are being assessed on our county road network in that regard. And then, as I noted, we have the transfer back to reserves, which for Forestry Trails is 116,700 for 26. With respect to the planning piece, we have sort of implementation of a few different studies and projects in that regard. So we're looking at $5,000 implementation funding for the Age-Friendly Community Action Plan. We're looking at $7,000 to finish off and start to implement the Archaeological Management Plan, which I realize hasn't come before council in a final form yet. But we're hopeful that will come before council either later this year or early next year. And then we have $30,000 that we'd look at as part of the Housing Action Plan implementation. And just based on a question that was asked in this morning's session, that $30,000 is separate from what we've termed sort of the site preparation and de-risking activities of the two potential county land sites in Durham and Markdale, and that would be $130,000 coming from one-time funding, and that was covered from a report by Liz Buckton about 2 months ago. And then the other big new study project that would be coming for 2026 is the update to the county's development charges background study and bylaws in that regard. So that's coming in at or budgeted for $66,300. As I said, a number of these projects are funded from reserves. In some cases, they're funded partially or fully from development charges reserves. In other cases, they're coming from general planning studies reserves or capital reserve associated with the Forestry and Trails portfolio in that regard. Looking just a little bit further out, if we look to 2027, again, for some of this, it's more of the same. We're still going to continue to work on our bridges and trails. We're still going to look at the survey project on the CP Rail Trail. 2027 is when we're projected to start to initiate the county official plan update. So for those that have been here a while, we did Recolor Gray was approved by the province in 2019, but it started in about 2016 beforehand to do that thorough review, to do that community consultation, and to look at what changes are needed with the county official plan in that regard. So the plan would be to start that in 2027 and hopefully resume a lot of the work in 2028, and hopes to have a new plan before county council and before the province in late 28 or into 29 to meet our 10-year review timeframe from the 2019 approval of the province's plan. The other planning study, we're looking at in 27 is a bedrock and shale resource study. And for those that have been here even longer, you might remember a study the county did in the early 2000s. I don't, because I wasn't here. But it was approved by or supported by county council in 2004. And that was to look at the county's aggregate resources across the county. So that's generally the sand and gravel resources. And at the time, there was some discomfort as to the level of accuracy with respect to the provincial mapping in order to inform planning on where we need to protect and where we're likely to see these, in this case, gravel pits going forward. And so that study was done in partnership with the province to improve the mapping in that regard. But that only looked at the sand and gravel resources. That didn't look at the bedrock and shale resources. And so this is a long-winded story, sorry. But fast forward to 2019, one of the changes the province requested to our official plan before it was approved in 2019 was that the county get more serious about also protecting our bedrock and shale resources in that regard. And they've supplied us with the mapping. And so at this stage, we have the mapping in the official plan that was required by the province. But quite frankly, we know very little about it, and we don't always get the most ministry support in helping define and sort of interpret that mapping. So the purpose of this study proposed for 27, and it's been in the capital budget for some time now, is to do a similar study to what was called the Aggregate Resources Inventory Master Plan with our bedrock and shale resources, to understand where those resources, excuse me, are most accessible across the county, and therefore what we should be protecting and what the policies might look like that would feed into that 2028-29 official plan review in that regard. Moving into 28, we are looking at another minor update to the growth management strategy. That would be to take in the most recent census information. We're hopeful by 2028, we should have the full data sets from the 2026 census. We'd be looking at continued work on the official plan in that regard, and then we'd have our regular CP rail trail bridges and culverts work in that regard. So high level, that's what we're looking at for the next few years in planning, but certainly love to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Scott. Isn't bedrock hard to study? Ooh, tough crowd, tough crowd. Questions for Scott on his report? Councillor Mackey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the report, Scott. Just wondering, is there any responsibility along the rail trail for fencing obligations? So if someone is pasturing cattle but is an adjacent landowner, do we have any responsibilities to pay for half of the fencing along the rail trail? And where would that be in the capital budget? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Mackey. Not a legal opinion, but so we do have a small line item in our operating budget each year for those requests where someone comes in to ask for fencing. So it's not real common, but there are times when people come in and ask for replacement of a fence or new fencing in that regard along pasture lands associated with the trail. And so it's not something we actively publicize. But my understanding is yeah, there is an expectation that the county would be a part of that. I don't think we've had anyone request fencing in the past few years. But where we did have that in previous years, it was essentially we'd say to the landowner, okay, yeah, what are you looking at? Give us a couple quotes. And then assuming we have the money in the budget, then we would work with that landowner on contributing towards that fencing. So if you'd like a more detailed answer, I can get back to you after the fact, but at a high level, that's what I know. And it comes in our operating line rather than the capital. And again, in recent years, it has been minimal, but you know, any one year we could get a large request potentially.
Thank you. Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate your time. Moving on to economic development, tourism, and culture. I'll call on Savannah Myers to give her capital budget. Welcome, Savannah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, committee. So I will talk about EDTC as a whole. The very first slide outlines for you what the levy requirement is for the full department. One thing that we want to note about the levy requirement for every year, that's what we're putting into reserve every year. So none of the projects that we're doing are attached to this because they're all funded from reserve. So that is what drives our levy annually, is what we're putting away for future use. And we're making sure that we do that so we don't have large fluctuations every year when we come back to you at budget time and we have a substantial project one year and we don't have that the following year. And then, as we had talked about a couple of months ago when we did how do we come up with our capital budget, it really comes out of that business, the building condition assessment, but we're verifying it every year by on the ground realities of, is this good? Is it not? Can we push it back? Do we need to move it up? And that's how we are determining exactly what is needed for the department. Looking at the key projects for 2026, for economic development, tourism side of things, Sydenham campus, replacing the HVAC units. So those are those internal in the classroom. We had intended to do some of that work this year, but we're moving from 2025 into 2026 to be able to complete that because it's a lot more complicated than we anticipated. There's only about 8 inches of ceiling height in Sydenham because of the old school. So trying to understand what is the best like for like potential that we have that will have the most limited impact on the building as a whole. We do not want to be closed for months at a time. Replacement of the tourism vehicle. So this is one that I have talked to you every year about. It's been in great shape, so we keep moving it forward. We are now at the point where it has been in the shop a lot this year, and those costs are starting to drive and things are starting not to work anymore. It is 10 years old next year, so we think that this is a good time to do that project and move it ahead. Trying to understand what is the best tourism vehicle for our purposes. It is used mostly by summer students in the summer to deliver all of our brochures and all of our materials, to attend businesses, to go gather content. They are bringing a tent with them, so we know we need a larger vehicle. We can't just do a little sedan. And then staff from all over Grey County departments use it for mileage to get to conferences or to get to training so that we're not paying out those dollars. So it's more efficient for us to have a vehicle given all of those pieces. But what that vehicle looks like is still to be determined. And then the tourism website, that project is underway right now. It looks awesome. If you get our newsletter, you saw a little sneak peek of it yesterday. That is a partial carryover from 2025 into 2026 because we won't be launching until January. So I'm not paying a final bill until that point. So those are the big projects for Active and Tourism. On the Grey Route side of things, we have the domestic water tanks and water heaters. The final phase of our flat roof replacement on the main building. So this is phase 3. It takes all of the Grey County Gallery and the traveling exhibit, as well as the Delton Becker Room. It is a huge project that we are getting ready for. We delayed it from this year and pushed it ahead to next year, but we cannot delay it again. And then our road signage project, which was underway for this year. We've got all of our plans, everything ready to go. We are now waiting for NEC permit approval. So that is not going to come through until at least December. So that project now needs to be moved into next year, all funded from the reserve though. And then front of house updates gives us the flexibility to update everything that is not an exhibit space or office space. So that is where we're focused on in terms of tourism hub, programming areas. And that again, it comes from reserve, but allows us to bring those places up to speed, depending on what it is that we're doing. In 2027, looking ahead, we have more HVAC units to finish at Sydenham. That would be the remainder of the internal units and then the final rooftop. So by the end of 2027, ideally, all HVAC is up to date at Sydenham campus, along with all of our roofs are nearly up to date. So that's exciting, all of those major projects, but that will be a 2-year span. And then for Grey Routes, domestic water, ultraviolet disinfection system. We are on a well there. We have very hard water, so we go through a lot of softeners. So we will be up for another softener at that time. And then our CCTV system and the remainder of the Heritage Village buildings for their roof work. Those were all compiled together. You know, we took the schoolhouse roof out this year because it failed the inspections this year, but this is the remainder of those village buildings. These ones are not replicas. These are the actual historical buildings that have been relocated to Grey Routes. That's what's on the docket for part of this replacement. And then finally, looking ahead to 2028, Sydenham will need a main and secondary electrical distribution to be updated. We've done some of that work with the phase 3 improvements that we did to get the makerspace in there. But that is original to the building. We've done a good job maintaining it. Thank goodness for Ted to help us do that, but we will need to replace that by 2028. And then some flooring in the building. And for Grey Routes, the riding lawnmower, we've pushed that ahead 2 years again because it's still in great shape. So we're going to continue to push that out until the time comes that we replace it with an electric riding lawnmower over a gas-powered one. And then looking at our emergency fire pump system and the domestic water system and disinfection for 2028. So that is a highlight of the next 3 years, a couple large scale projects, but not a ton like we're used to, which is very exciting for us on the capital side of things. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Savannah. Councillor Mackey, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Savannah. Just near the end of your presentation, Savannah, you mentioned the riding lawnmower and the choice between a gas powered and an electric. What sort of price difference is there between the two, or has it been too early to look at that? I mean, it's pushed out to 3 years from now, but we will be having a hard look at the difference in price between the two to make sure there's a business case for pursuing electric. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I do that same business case, which is why it keeps getting pushed out. We don't have enough information yet. The price right now, it's like $20,000 difference. So we're just not willing to do it. And it is in good shape. But every year that price is coming down. A couple of years ago, that was a $35,000 lawnmower that we were looking at, and now it's in the 20s. So every year it is coming hopefully in line, but until we get to that point, and we will do a thorough business case. The only reason we have it listed as electric is to tie with our going green and gray and the climate action, but we won't be doing that without a thorough assessment of where the cost and what does it work. And the other reason is that we're waiting for technology to improve, because right now we can't actually mow the Heritage Village on one charge. So until I am also confident that we can do that efficiently, we won't be making that switch.
Any other questions? Councillor Gregg.
Two parts of this question, I guess. When I first read this report, I'm like, oh, update road signage, 2026, $40,000. And then in the subsequent report we'll get this afternoon, it acknowledged how that project rolled forward from 2025. This is one of those items where when I read, yes, we've got existing signage that's deteriorating, and we do need to maintain a certain standard, but signage could have went up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Things evolve. How do staff look at that need and be like, does Google address just about everything here? Like, who doesn't look at their phone to get, how do I get there? What are they, when are they open? It's all right here. So what was needed in 2001 isn't needed to the same extent in 2026. And $40,000 seems like a lot, but I know that it's already started through 2025. Just when I had first read this, I'm like, oh, it looks like a new project in this budget book, but could you just expand a bit more on the signage project, I guess, in terms of its scale? And what's it solving that most people don't solve on this?
Excellent. Great question. So through you, Chair, the first question that you have in terms of, do you see it versus on the phone? That is a route to the peninsula. And there's a lot of people who have absolutely no idea who Grey Roots is or what we are, that see that sign and will come back on their return, or if it's raining and they're at the beach, they will actually come back. And we've had lots of people say, had no idea that you were here, but we saw your sign driving by and now we're here to check it out. So we do know that it works. In terms of the needs of the sign, now it is deteriorating to the point where we had caution tape around it at one point because the stones are literally falling off of it. So it is now a safety hazard, and that's why it was identified. It had been pushed forward a couple of times. When we went back to look for like replacement and to use the same stone that we have in all of our other facilities, the cost today was $120,000. And we said, nope. So we went back and we redid everything in terms of what that sign looks like and got it down with materials to that $40,000 point. So that's part of the reason why we didn't get it tendered and out to the market until later this year, because, well, I wasn't coming to you with a $120,000 sign. 40 was okay. That's what we had in the reserve for this project specifically, and we've made it within that price point.
Thank you, Savannah. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you so much, Savannah. Moving on to the CAO. Randy has his report. Randy?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Got three projects that are identified in the CAO budget between 2026 and 2027. First one, as you heard earlier from Anne Marie, is it's co-funded with housing for the corporate building condition assessment. And I think you've heard throughout various presentations today how utilized that building condition assessment is in terms of to help inform our budgets when it comes to buildings and facilities and what capital improvements and other things that need to be baked in as part of our capital budgets. It's for planning purposes. So that's oh, sorry, I should advance the slide. There we go. So that's co-funded, like I said. So we have $127,000 in the CAO from a corporate perspective budget, and then housing kicks in the rest to cover the overall project cost, which is in around $300,000 usually for that update, and we update that on a regular basis. Next project, as you heard about recently at a previous meeting, highlighted as part of the Joint Municipal Services Committee work with respect to recommended regional waste management study to look for opportunities for look at the overall waste operations across Grey County and identify opportunities for cost savings and operational efficiencies. Again, that's a new project that's being identified in the capital, fully funded from one-time funding or through reserve. And the 2027's capital project corporate strategic plan update. So with the new term of council starting in 2027, the plan will be to do an update to our corporate strategic plan with the new council. We've increased the project cost estimate slightly. Previously, it was in the capital for $56,400. The proposal is to increase that to $18,600. And again, this is to be funded from reserve. And the increased project cost, this amount to ensure that we have sufficient funds. We think a consultant will be required, similar to what we did last time, to help facilitate some of the discussions with staff and council, and also some funds to conduct some community consultation as well. I'm happy to take any questions with respect to those three projects.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions? Councillor Gray.
Convince me, Randy, why we need to undertake another strat plan every 4 years, because I'm not sold on that one. We just went through it at the city. I'm certainly, I think, more of a proponent of this is something that should be and could be undertaken kind of on a 10-year cycle. We gave ourselves an aspirational goal of 2050. We're not going to go 25 years with another strat plan, but the consistency of every term of council, I think, is too frequent for the amount of money that goes into this. And then subsequent to when you do the strat plan, what I now know about strat plans is there's a plethora of other plans and other things that are motivated from undertaking the first strat plan. Instead of just, let's go with the 10-year strat plan type of cycle and adjust with a new term of council and different priorities, as opposed to undertaking the whole and rewriting it again. Those are my comments.
Through you, Chair. So right now with our current corporate strategic plan, it is tied to this term of council. The projects and actions were intended to be completed within this term of council. So we'd want to have some further discussion and direction from council, the new council, in terms of what projects and initiatives, with the goal of ensuring that we have the capacity and resources to be able to move forward with those actions in the new term. So in my opinion, I think it's important to have that as a project and initiative as part of the new term of council. It sets a stage for that term and it provides further direction from staff to help inform department work plans with respect to that 4-year cycle. So that's my recommendation would be that we keep that in.
Okay, I appreciate the response there. I'm still not convinced, so I'm going to make a motion that line item, the strat plan, $50,000 and $125,000, I think the subsequent year, that it be removed from the 2025-26 budget, postponed to the 2027. So things get delayed and the next term of council can judge the merit at that time on the worthiness of a new strat plan. There's major endeavors that are undertaken on a large scale, and paramedic services and the expansion and long-term care are two of the primary cost centers for the county. So those aren't going to just change overnight. A lot of other items can be responded to just with a new term of council during the annual budget process for resources.
Madam Clerk, did you catch that? Very good. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Mackey seconds the motion. Discussion or questions on the motion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just, to Randy's comments on this one, if the current strat plan is cycled and scheduled for this term specifically, and we had significant strat plan sessions to build it, Councillor Greg, your concept or idea makes more sense to support the next one being a 10-year strat plan and support having the next strategic plan parcel out further, because the strat plan that exists now is kind of condensed within this term. That's kind of one thought to it. And the second one would be, this is something that maybe would be better served to remain in the budget to allow the next term of council decide if they're wanting to have a strategic plan review or update, or if they're satisfied with the current strategic plan, and the direction might be more over for staff to bring forward that discussion to the next term and allow that council. So, two thoughts on it.
Just if I could respond to that, but leaving the $50,000 in the 2026 budget is leaving it in the budget prior to essentially the new term of council coming into effect, which isn't till the end of the budget year. So there's literally no time. I mean, you're asking the new term of council just to start spending $50,000 in 3 meetings. I don't think there's a lot of value in that. So that's what justifies it being postponed to 2027, if there is a need.
Through you, Chair. So with respect to that $50,000, that's actually operating dollars in order to implement the corporate strategic plan. So these funds are used to actually implement some of the actions to help support services in order to move forward with that. So the 50K is actually an operating expense. The 75,000 that's being proposed for the actual corporate strategic plan update in 2027 would be fully funded from reserve. So there's no cost savings from a levy perspective with respect to that particular item. So I just wanted to clarify that. And as a result of that, not sure then if there needs to be some revisions to the direction in terms of the motion that's before committee at the moment. Sorry, just clarifying numbers here.
Okay. Garrett is some information here.
Thanks, Garrett.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. So in the actual project CAO-0002, there is the 10-year capital forecast section where it shows a $75,000 expenditure and then a $75,000 transfer to reserve in 2027. Underneath is 10-year operating impacts. Operating impacts are the things within a capital project that impact the operating budget. So Randy's correct. We put $50,000 away to reserve every year to do the study every 4 years. And then the additional funds there are to actually fund any directions that come from that strategic plan. That's why 50,000 times 4 years is obviously more than the $75,000 that's planned. But as this 10-year capital plan sits right now, the strategic plan will be done in 2027 and then again in 2031.
And further to Garrett's comments, I think because Tara referenced a page in one of the documents, I think is just it needs to be updated. It doesn't. There's an error I think on that page based on the actual project page. So we'll take a look at that and revise that when we bring the overall budget document back for committee in November 26th.
Okay, thank you, Randy. So I'll just go back to the mover of the motion. Are you still wishing to proceed?
Well, Garrett's just informing me here. The one sheet that I'm referring to is capital projects total expenditures 2026 to 2028. 26 it states 50,000, 27, 125, 28, 50, cumulative 225. I do see the card for 0002 with the 75,000 draw. I'm still unclear when it's showing 50,000 positive and 125 positive. These aren't offset. So it's an accumulative value. So I'm just wondered still if I could get some more clarity on the discrepancy between those two.
When I'm looking on the actual web page, I'm seeing different numbers, so I'm just gonna pull up the budget book right now if I can. Maybe that'll be easier for committee. Is my screen sharing, Tara and Britt? So up here is showing the capital expenditures, no levy, funded from reserve every 4 years, for $75,000 plus inflation in 2031. And then down here is showing the CAO's operating budget impact, for $50,000 every year to fund it. I think the administration summary that you were looking at there, I don't know if maybe it's the timing of the printing, but when I'm seeing it, I'm still seeing here the CAO 0750. So it might be a timing of printing thing, but I think it's resolved now. Sorry about that.
I think I can withdraw my motion then because there's no expenditure till 2027. So I think it is fixed off this sheet. Thanks.
Okay, so the group is good with that to retrieve or to pull back on that motion. Very good. Randy, did you have something else you wanted to add there?
No, just to say that this goes back to that this is a draft of a draft in terms of the capital budget. So we're working through some of those details leading up to even this meeting today. So that was probably, as Garrett noted, something that was at that time when was captured in PDF as part of the package or part of the book, but has been updated since.
Very good. So any further questions on that particular? Councillor Eccles, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And it goes with the strategic plan. Just wanted clarity from you, Randy. What you're proposing is a full in 2027 with the new council, each new council. It's not a review of the strategic plan, putting a full new strategic plan in place. Or is it more of a review and once every 10 years, whatever, go through the county a full overview? Or you're saying every 4 years, do a full overview and costing 100,000? If it was just a review and, oversight, is it still good for that 10 years? Then it'd be $20,000. But to do a full, we're looking at 120,000. Is that what you're looking at?
Through you, Chair. So obviously noting that there's existing projects that are underway that are going to overlap into the new council term, from this existing term to the new council term. So I think it'll be updating obviously the starting of the new term of council, what projects initiatives are underway, what's happening with respect to those, and then identifying and having discussion in terms of, are we on the right track? So it's to me, it's an overall review of, is the corporate strategic plan still resonating with the new term of council and continuing on the same path, or is there other direction that the new council would like to see with respect to that? Again, with a caveat that that we need to look at it through a lens of staff capacity and resources.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? The chair has a question. related to the regional waste management study. Can you try to convince me as to what new information that hasn't been exposed from the past studies we might anticipate from a new study of an old problem? Please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So as noted in terms of the previous discussion with respect to why I think the importance of having an updated regional waste management study. Obviously, as was noted and discussed at the last council meeting, there was a previous study that was done in the late 90s with respect to looking at it when we looked at that a little bit further in terms of refreshing our memory of what that looked like. That was a study that focused more on the north end of Grey County at the time and was laser focused on that time in terms of recommending whether or not a landfill that existed at that time should be expanded in order to service that area. So it was although it was an expensive study from what I understand, it was looking at something that was I think required at that time in terms of, but also looking at through a lens of, can that service other municipalities in terms of landfill capacity? When we've based on our discussions through the waste management community practice and looking for potential opportunities of just working together and collaboration amongst the municipalities, there's definitely some areas, and it's a range from easy projects that they can work together in terms of joint promotional materials, right through to the other end of the spectrum would be a regional waste management system across Grey County, which we know that other counties and other municipalities have done in the past. We think the next steps, based on all the work that's been done to date and all the data and information that's been collected. So we think like I said, we're at a good starting point with whoever would be hired to move forward with this project, to be able to look at it from more on the cost benefit analysis of what those options would look like and what makes the most sense based on where municipalities are at with their current contracts for waste management and understanding the new nuances of the new recycling services. There's a lot that's changed in the last 25 plus years that I think from a staff perspective, we're recommending to approach it in a way of looking for those opportunities. It's one that's definitely has been highlighted as part of the Joint Municipal Service Committee as the top 3 priorities, thinking that there's opportunities to find efficiencies and cost savings across Grey County in order to how we collectively deal with our waste. So that's why I think the recommendation is for the study to come forward based on the recommendations from that committee.
Okay, thank you. Any last call for questions? Seeing none, thank you, Randy. Moving on to IT. Is Jody going to join us online, I believe?
I'm here, yep.
And there he is. Welcome, Jody.
Thank you.
The floor is
Thank
yours,
you.
sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Before I start, I would just like to thank especially Nellie in finance for all the help she's done in preparing our IT capital budget. There's always a lot of work that goes into it, and particularly the IT team pulling together different plans for what we're doing. Even when technology is relatively consistent, there's a lot of discussions with vendors and looking at what we're doing to make sure we're on the right course. So I guess the first thing I'd like to talk about is probably a little backwards in that it's something that's not in the capital budget. Up until this year, we've been looking at our biggest capital project is replacing the on-premise hardware that runs our data center there in the county administration building. And we've removed that as a capital project, and our plan is to make it hosted or cloud hosted or contracted infrastructure services. So that would move over to our operating budget as an annual cost. This is something that we have put a lot of time into researching the best way forward board over the past 2 years in particular. We assessed a lot of different technology options. Technology and costing has changed pretty quickly over that time span. And you may recall at some points, more than one, I've spoken about the cost of our on-premise hardware, especially with one vendor in particular, driving up their licensing costs. So we have seen it used to be you paid more for hosted or cloud hosted infrastructure, and the advantage was somebody else was looking after it. And so you were kind of justifying, well, you paid a little bit more, but you don't have to look after it. So you're essentially getting staff time, and you're not having a dedicated room, you're not paying the electricity and all that. Now, pretty much across the board, what we're seeing is a lot of the on-premise hardware is costing the same as cloud hosted hardware because those costs have come up. So even though we're moving those costs to operating, ultimately we'd be paying the same over a 5-year lifespan, with some advantages now that we are able to leverage by leveraging cloud hosted infrastructure. And I am intending to speak a little bit more to that later with council to bring a report forward and talk about it in the context of budget. But right now I just wanted to highlight that capital project has been moved out. There's possibly some implications for the other report that I recently brought to committee of the whole around the licensing of the data centers there. We are currently looking at what do we have to do to get through the next year, and then with Rockwood, what do we have to do to get to the end of the current building's lifespan. We have some options. We're hoping to mitigate some of the costs that I've talked about before, including the $17,000 that's still in the 2026 capital budget to continue the licensing of Rockwood Terrace for 1 more year. So on to projects that are still in the IT capital budget. The big two are our switches and access points, which I'll talk about together. We've seen pretty drastic increases on the cost of these projects as well. Our plan was to go with a single vendor for both switches and access points. What we've seen is that the costs have increased a lot more than inflation. So whereas we were previously projecting around $190,000 to replace all of our switches, we're now looking at something that's closer to $340,000. We have added switches. We used to have only 65 across the corporation. Now we're up to 75, which is an increase in the number of buildings that we have connected and provide services for. It's also expanding services and into buildings where we either didn't provide as much or with the same amount of work and volume of people working there. So we've kind of had to upgrade the hardware. Definitely the big driver is just the increase in what this stuff costs. On the switch side, we have had a little bit of redesign in our project in terms of allowing software that manages the entire collection of our switches or all of our assets, with one piece of software, and it allows us to integrate it a little bit better with the security controls that we have in place. Our wireless access points are also due for replacement next year. This is an area where we were planning for the last 7 years to replace the technology that we're currently using with something different. What we're seeing right now is the cost increase is really just too drastic, especially on a short notice. And so our plan for next year is to continue doing what we're doing. We are going to replace the hardware, but we're going to use the same company, the same technology that we're using now. It is a little bit more work for IT. In both in how we set it up and configure it and how we do that integration with some of our security and monitoring tools. But when we're looking at that price increase, where we are just finding it hard to justify the ask right now. It is possible that we are underfunding that project for future years, but that is something we are going to have to continue researching to get a better idea of where we think it needs to go and present that to council in later budgets. Like the switches, we've also had an increase in the number of access points that we're managing. 7 years ago, when we last did this project, we were at 227, and we're up to about 330 now. The only other thing that I would mention on those two projects is that our numbers don't include Rockwood Terrace. Rockwood Terrace has new equipment that's in the project budget. And we've included Rockwood Terrace in the future. So when those come up again in 7 years, the project costs then are with Rockwood Terrace added in and assuming inflation. 10 years out on an IT project, as you probably heard me say, is pretty hard to forecast. Those are the big changes in the IT capital budget. The other projects that we have over the next 2 years, we have 35,000 coming out of our tower fund to inspect both of our towers, the towers at Ceylon and Woodford. That is just routine. We like to get people up. There's actually a standard, it's not mandated, but of course, there's a lot of very critical infrastructure on those towers. So you want to make sure that you're doing your diligence and that the tower itself is in good shape, that all the electrical components on it are in good shape. So we can either just do visual inspections on those, or periodically we like to do a slightly more in-depth engineering assessment as well. We also have 54,000 in 2027 for security audits. So that's something that recurs every 4 years, I believe. And again, we're just looking at what is it we're doing with IT security? Do we have any major gaps? Is there anything else we can address? Just based on the work we're doing with our managed security provider now, we'll probably focus a little more closely on specific assessments, either aspects of our network or some of the major applications that we're using. And the last thing I just wanted to call your attention to is that we have $45,000 for the corporate website in 2027. That project is joint between IT and communications, and it's just an opportunity for us to either refresh the content or the structure or the underlying technology that's running it. Like everything else in IT, that stuff doesn't last forever. Sometimes we can upgrade it, but other times it's a bit of a rebuild and a process, and that's where that recurring project comes in. So those are the main projects from IT Capital, and that was all I was going to mention.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions from the committee? Okay, no questions. You win the prize so far today, Jody. Everybody else has had questions, I think. Okay, thanks, Jody. Moving on to climate change. Is Linda, here she is. There you are, Linda. Welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So here today to talk to you about climate change. So our 2026 net levy impact for capital is 72,000, which is an 11% or $9,000 reduction in levy impact from 2025. As a number of other departments have spoken to, we fund most of our capital work through reserve. And so in 2026, we have a moderately reduced need to fund one of our capital projects through levy as we're able to offset elsewhere. Across the 2026 capital budget, we're offsetting with 137,500 of reserve funding, 117,500 of grant funding. And for a collaborative project that I'll speak to, also just over 41,000 from other municipalities who we are working in partnership with. So I'll speak to 3 of the key capital projects for the upcoming year. The first is Resilient Grey, our climate change adaptation plan. As we've spoken about before, we know that for every dollar spent on adaptation planning for infrastructure, $12 of future costs are avoided. So the dollars for this project are not infrastructure dollars. I don't want to misrepresent them. They are planning dollars. But that's what Resilient Grey does. It helps us plan to ensure that across our own organization and community, we're ready for the changes we're already experiencing. We have been successful over 2026-2027 in receiving an FCM grant, which is worked into the budget of 105,000. And so we are contributing over that same period 39,800 from reserves to leverage that external funding. Future Ready, this one has had a few name changes. So this used to be the Green Development Standard. I'd like to say that Grey County, as usual, was ahead of the curve on this. We anticipated some of the provincial policy changes in this space and really are looking to, in 2026 and 2027, finalize and implement a voluntary recognition program to support our development sector in affordable, resilient, low carbon new construction. The numbers on this one are they're just multi-year. They're not complicated. Because we front-end loaded Grey County's contribution to this project, our 2026 contribution from reserve is negligible. But what you can see over the life cycle of this project from 2023 through 2027 in terms of leverage is that we've contributed $50,000 to a $595,000 project, which is leveraging across that full period, $445,000 in federal funding. So over the 26-27 projections, we're looking at just over, well, almost $147,000 in grant funding. The last capital project I'll highlight is one that we are changing slightly. We're proposing to change in 2026 because it's been so successful. So the experimental acreage program is effectively operated by our Great Ag Services partners here. We initially joined in 2023, a program that Wellington County had successfully been running. Since then, we've taken over the operations for Grey County and also Dufferin County. So Great Ag Services is providing support and being paid to support farmers in Dufferin County as well. So over each of the 3 years this project has run, we've been able to intake approximately 6 farms. We've touched over 440 acres of local farmland. And really, this is about de-risking. This isn't paying farmers to do something different. It's giving them seed funding, giving them a small amount of initial funding to trial on-farm changes on part of their crops. So it might be a new intercropping approach. We did a farm tour this year of someone who is using warm weather forage, so actually growing a mix that includes grasses from Africa to be able to provide forage across the hotter summer months to be more adapted to our changing climate. And so what we'd like to do by adding $5,000 to this project in 2026 is allow a number of the participants to be multi-year. So right now you apply, it's competitive, it's scored anonymously by a group of experts, and your intake is for 1 year. There's baseline soil testing. These new efforts are trialed. And then at the end, there's more soil testing to kind of see what the impact was and some best practice sharing. What we'd like to do with the 2026 intake is allow some of the farms to be brought on for 2 years, allowing us to see a slightly longer time horizon in terms of the benefits. So these are sort of 3 of the highlights, and happy to take any questions on these or other capital initiatives.
Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions from committee? Not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Ackles, go ahead.
It was yesterday. There was a article come out from Bill Gates on climate change, and that strategically we should be pivoting on our fight away from curbing emissions to actions that we're taking to help. Basically, what it comes down to is humanity. And I've always struggled with our delivery of a climate change adaptation plan and money that we as Grey County ratepayers, taxpayers are putting into it, and how, quite frankly, why we're even creating a bureaucracy of trying to be here. I'm still struggling that we're not pivoting. We're still trying to find grasses that are going to grow and subsidizing and funding into those situations. It comes down to a point of strategically, should we as a county, as a property tax, be into that and measuring the impact that we are? Are we at a time where we pivot and move away from implementation of what we're doing with climate action. And seriously look at that instead of chasing after experimental acres and that type of thing. I don't know whether there's a question there or more of a fact that what are we trying to get? And have we even succeeded in that, in getting into something like this? And is it time to really look at it that we need to wind this down and pivot to go to a different direction? And I don't know whether that's an answer for this discussion here. And I guess maybe we could, if somebody wants to put forward a motion to, we end climate action right now. But that's just my thoughts at the rate at this moment. Are we still there?
Well, I guess I would challenge you if you want to put a motion forward, now would be the time regarding this budget, but I'll let you think about that for a bit. Councillor Greg.
There's some good initiatives going on here, and certainly the EV charging stations, I think is one of them, and some of the opportunities that it'll afford even the county to migrate. You want to lead by example. So if we have opportunities to switch our fleet over in the future to electric, that's good leadership, as well as having facilities where we can charge people to power up their own electrical vehicles. I do have a problem with the experimental acres. It just in the general sense, I hate corporate subsidies of almost all sorts, and this just strikes me as a flow through of government tax dollars to a small number of entities. And on the surface, it doesn't look like much. It's $28,000. But when you look at it over the 10 years, that's $421,000 projected just going out the window. And I struggle to see what the return is as well. I hear the grasses and sustainable crops, but there's already momentum. Companies do already, they're motivated by their bottom line. I interact with companies who utilizes best practices to reduce the amount of water discharged, because changing the way you dye products has immense consequences, and that just goes right to your bottom line. I have brands who implement right onto their product what the carbon cost is of that product that people are picking up. So companies are making these investments because they're motivated to. There are crop companies, for example, this is what they do all the time. So I have a hard time supporting the $421,000 over 10 years. Yeah, it's just $28,000 in 2026. It's $9,000 in professional consulting fees, and we're aware who that goes to, and $18,000 to various individuals and organizations. I'm uncertain that those funds are well spent, so I will make a motion and put it on the floor for committee to discuss that the committee remove funding for the experimental acres project for 2026, which is $28,000.
So just to be clear, your motion is to remove it just for 26 or going forward?
Well, I guess if the motion passes and it's removed for 2026, then the onus becomes back on the future council to put it back in.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to be clear. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Eccles seconds the motion. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I knew this conversation was going to come up one of these times in our budget negotiations or deliberations around our whole going green and gray. Life is changing out there. You know, both the federal government, provincial governments are looking at different ways of trying to keep Canada afloat, which means utilizing our resource sector, which is going to have some impact on net zero. And I heard the same information that Councillor Eccles talked about, you know, the messiah of net zero, Mr. Gates, has changed his tune. So there is a recognition. I'm not sure that we're maybe behind the ball a little bit. I've thought for a long time that for us being involved with this, we're outside of our lane. It shouldn't be our responsibility. This is federal, this is provincial responsibility. We're spending a lot of dollars. We heard today about electric lawnmowers. So corporately, I have no idea how much we potentially could be spending on Going Green and Gray. So I would move that we just abandon Going Green and Gray. So I would put that on the floor, Mr. Chair.
I can't accept your motion for now because there's already a motion on the floor, but keep that thought. Any further, Madam Warden, please.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. The important work of experimental acres, the question is should it be us? Should it be someone else? The results that come out, the throwing the pebble in the pond and the ripple effect of what we learn from this project and what can be shared across the communities, the agricultural community, to be able to take that, what's learned, and be able to not have to do those initial steps on their own because they're learning and being guided. What kind of, through the chair, to staff, what kind of communication, what kind of parallel program is happening, say, with OFA or some of the farming organizations? Is this enhancing that world? Who else is doing this kind of work? Because it's my conviction this kind of work does need to happen. And as much as we've heard from Bill Gates, we've also heard from David Suzuki and about how at 90 years of age, he is lamenting that we need to do more and that he's been working for decades on it and sees the need to continue, even though it feels like a struggle on every day. So what kind of collaboration is there in this field? That part I'm not familiar with. Who else is doing this kind of work?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So there are a number of other programs that are available. What we hear time and again for the 3 years we've been offering this program is that it's one that our farmers locally can actually participate in because the barriers to entry are minimal. This is not a paperwork heavy program. It's rigorous, but what we do, you know, we have an intake and an evaluation, but it's something that local farmers are talking about. We hear from our participants that they're talking to their neighbors and that's inspiring them. And we do, through Grey Ag Services, through Grey Bruce Farmers Week, share the results. We have a networking event that's open to farmers every year to talk about their experience and share their best practices. There's an annual report that we distribute through our media channels. And we do connect with the Christian Farmers Union, with the Soil and Crop Association, but our understanding is that most of the programs available from other orders of government or other organizations are much larger scale and much harder to participate in. And certainly there are folks around this table with more direct farming experience than I have in any way, but what we hear is that these small grants directly to farmers that are not too red tape heavy to access, let them try something new. And for folks who are already stretched hard, as our farming community is, an individual farm is receiving usually up to $3,000. So these are micro grants effectively that can enhance some of the other offerings and help people try something different and then share those learnings more broadly.
Thank you, Linda. Any further questions on the motion on the floor? Councillor Eccles.
We've got wild turtle. Excuse me, we've got wild turtle. We've got purple loosestrife. We've got invasive species. And I just, we're gonna import grasses from South Africa. And, so that somebody can do experiment here and whatnot. I just, wow. We're going down a path, how much is being created here? How much control is over this? Of what we're going to introduce when we start importing stuff to make our climate in this area, our natural environment, even worse. That's kind of a farming environmental thing, and it scares me when we start doing these experimental things and whatnot, and we're involved in them. I think it's out and beyond where we are as a local government, what we should be responsible for and be doing. But that's one of the thoughts that I have.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Randy?
Through you, Chair, and again, thank you for all the comments and discussions, and obviously taking direction from Budget and Finance Committee, which ultimately taking direction from Council with respect to the current motion on the floor. As Linda's indicated, especially based on the farm tour that we had the pleasure of attending this year, or myself had attending this year. The little bit of seed funding that goes into de-risking a project for them to be able to move forward with, looking at potential opportunities and be able to share those results with others, in terms of looking at opportunities to be more efficient with respect to certain things that they've been able to find, or be more resilient to the impacts that we're seeing with our changing climate. It's something that I think, talking to some of those farmers, they probably wouldn't have proceeded with those projects without that little bit of seed funding and without that support in terms of trying to understand, are we seeing the results with respect to that. So I just wanted to note that, and I know that in speaking with the Gregg Services staff, this program is well received. It's something that they help promote and provide to some of the other farm operations throughout Grey County and beyond, in terms of being able to share some of the information and opportunities that are learned through this program. So I just wanted to note that, and obviously provide that as just information, further background information prior to committee voting on the motion.
Thank you, Randy. Any further discussion? Councillor Gregg.
I understand that. Like, I just, but we're not the Business Development Bank of Canada. Like, there's other avenues for people to pursue if this is something that they want to do with micro farms or what have you type of farming nature. Like, I just question whether it's the role of the County of Grey to be passing through monies to fund these initiatives, and that's what's the rationale for the motion. If it's sustainable and in the best interest of the farmer, then they're not unlike many other businesses that are out there that should be seeking funds that are outside of the local taxpayer to fund the initiative. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't believe I seconded this motion. My motion was a little broader than this one.
Just in response to Councillor Gregg, as a farmer that has participated in not this program, but a number of programs over the years, if I had my choice to deal with somebody from Ottawa or somebody from here in Grey County, I can tell you, I know who I'd rather deal with. And it's not fun to deal with a bureaucrat in either Queen's Park or at Parliament Hill. But that said, I think it is fair to note that small seed funding provided locally, although it is flow through, grant you that, but provided locally and administered locally is valuable to small farmers in the area to try different things. And I don't think we're talking about importing tons of seed from South Africa for grass, although that is one experiment. I have to think that there's lots of things we can be doing, but funding local ideas of how to make farming less expensive or more sustainable in the face of climate change, I think is actually very much in our wheelhouse, as opposed to not being in our wheelhouse. I don't want to overstate the thing, but if you were sitting on Jamaica today, I think you'd be looking at what could be done to make things more sustainable across the planet. And I think this is a small piece of that. But anyway, those are just my thoughts. Anybody else? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, moving on. Any further questions for Linda or thoughts? Councillor Mackey, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm willing, just based on the overall discussion and my concerns about the amount of money and that Grey County has spent, is spending, will spend in the future, that we abandon going green and gray.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Keaveney seconds the motion. I guess, yeah. I was just going to ask Randy if maybe he could give us a little perspective as to what the real impact of that motion is or could be.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and just, I guess, seeking some clarification with respect to that particular motion. And is it a motion with respect to the capital projects that relate to going green and gray, or the overall going green and gray program, which also includes operating dollars that are not currently before committee today for discussion? If it's the latter, I would recommend that staff be directed to bring back a report with respect to that. Obviously, there would be potential implications with respect to that latter, in terms of, and even the one that's just the capital projects and programs. We've got partner initiatives projects that are linked with that. We have grant funding obligations and commitments that we've signed agreements for that are linked to that. So that, I think committee and council both need to understand what the potential implications would be with respect to something either in either that court, in terms of all of the capital projects, and or if it's actually intended to be from an operating perspective, which we again, staff, from my perspective, we need to discuss or should be discussing in closed session.
Thank you, Randy. So to go back to Councillor Mackey, could you clarify your intent, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, to clarify, I guess my intent was the latter that Randy just spoke to, but it would be good to have a staff report come back to this committee, or come back to probably come back to county council as a whole, because it'll be a county council decision to look at the ramifications of ending our commitment to going green and gray. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I guess then I'd ask, are you willing to revise your motion to reflect that request?
Yes, I am, sir.
Very good. And the seconder was Councillor Keaveney. You're good with that? Madam Clerk, is that clear up there? Okay. All right. So Counselor Mackey,
I'm fine with that.
Madam Clerk, are we on the same page or are we even in the same book? You're on the amending page, okay. Um. Are you good with that, Counselor Mackey? The amendment? Yep. Seconder Keaveney, are you good with that? Okay. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Madam Warden, please.
Thank you. Through you, the chair, to, I guess, to the mover and seconder and to staff. Does this motion support then that I'd like to know the report, if it's going to account for the 21 different actions that are part of the plan, of each and every one of those actions, not just the fiscal sustainability and environmental sustainability, but the social sustainability aspects as well. For example, public transportation. So what is supported, this motion, the way that it's written, the understanding, the dialogue, what would we see in that report? How much depth are we going to see to actually look at the triple bottom line of each and every one of those 21 decisions we would be making by abandoning this plan?
Through you, Chair, to the question. Obviously, just processing this in terms of the particular motion that's on the floor and trying to understand what that staff report entail and look like. Not sure. Details would have to be brought back of, obviously, if that's the direction from this committee, which of course would be a recommendation that goes to council, and council would need to support that motion. Is how I understand it would have to, I think, potentially play out in terms of having that direction and then having that then report done in time for both this budget committee and council to be informed as it relates to the 2026 budget. It's going to be tight no matter what in terms of time frame. So I don't know how much detail we'll unfortunately be able to get into as part of that report to assess all those different aspects. But again, as much clarity as that can be provided to staff with respect to but what I'm hearing is that the removal of at least the commitments as it relates to going green and gray. So the action plan that was approved and supported would be I think the recommendation or what would be the implications of that, those commitments that are identified in that action plan. What are the implications of that going forward with respect to not moving forward with those commitments? So it's tough because as we've talked about with any climate change initiative, it's an all hands on deck effort to be able to move forward with this, and between municipalities and the province and the federal government and others in terms of being able to move forward with the actions. Some of the work and initiatives to date are integrated as part of some of our projects, not just from a reduction growing greenhouse gas emissions, but reducing our energy consumption in terms of building projects. So it's, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the content of that staff report would be. But any further direction and guidance, I guess, that can be provided by this committee through this discussion, if this motion were to be supported, would be helpful so that we can bring back the information that this committee and ultimately council will be looking for.
Thank you, Randy. Madam Warden, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So with that, my follow-up comment would be is that to have endorsed and adopted a plan that began in 2022 to go through to 2050 and 3 years later, consider in a very short time period in advance of the 2026 budget to abandon that pathway. I think the gravity of the decision along the 21 actions, along the three piers of sustainability that I mentioned, would be better investigated on a longer term rather than just ahead of a 2026 budget, and to be able to really understand the impacts in all three areas of each and every one of those plans, especially the way that they've been integrated into the corporate direction in some of the ways that the CAO has shared. So I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Eccles.
Just a point of order. This is just a motion that's on the floor right now of to amend from be removed to staff prepare a report. Respectfully to the warden's comments, I think those were more of if this would pass, the question on that. I don't get anything of those comments towards being relevant to the amendment right at the present moment. I'd like you to call the vote on the amendment, and then we could have discussion on the motion. Call the question.
All right, there's been a request to call the vote. I'll call one more time. Any comments on the amendment as it is appearing on the screen? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Now we're back to the motion as amended. Would it be possible to have that on the screen? Madam Warden, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, in response, the report is the actual preparing of a report, the depth and breadth of the information we would need to make such a decision of gravity it's relevant. It was relevant to the previous motion and it's relevant to this one. And that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the motion as amended is on the, on the screen. Any further, Councillor Gregg, go ahead.
Thank you. And I thank the mover for altering it to being ask for a report, because this is a huge conversation. There's no way you could give reasonable timelines for the 2026 budget for staff to consider the implications of such an undertaking. There are some really good initiatives ongoing right now, and we're all aware of the EV recharging partnership funding through higher levels of government. Some of the building standards are probably pretty close to the finish line, but extensive partnerships. I support the idea of a report in the future, but not today. I think it's premature given the amount of work that's on the desks of staff right now, and that's before Grey County. If this is a year from now, I could be much more receptive to looking at discontinuing the program, but I think it's a little bit premature yet. We've got a net zero build going on in long-term care. We've got 3 proposed net zero builds for paramedic services. We have an array of initiatives capital-wise that are undertakings currently going on, and I think probably a year or a year and a half from now might be a little more suitable time to evaluate, is that the right time to look at the program as a whole? I think it was about $72,000 in actual tax levy that the department is for capital, and that was slightly reduced, just resulting of a decision in terms of moving forward for consideration by council. So I think we're a little bit early. It's a couple years down the road. I think Director Taylor maybe spoke earlier to the timeline of an official plan update, and this strikes me as something that you would get good reporting on, and you would use it as consideration of something that you might incorporate into your official plan update at that time. So I think it's a good idea. I just think it's a little bit early at this time, and certainly too early for 2026 to consider the extent of it.
Just thinking about those comments, I wonder, would it be appropriate to ask for an amendment to this motion to reflect that the report would come back in anticipation of the 2027 budget? Because as most of us, I think, can agree, it's a huge ask of staff to report on the implications of this motion for the 2026 budget, which is, we're hoping to have it done in the next couple of months. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work without this motion. So I would encourage somebody to consider a motion of that nature. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the conversation, and I didn't mean to just throw this upon people, but it's certainly been, a discussion that has come up numerous times, as a result of budget and just our overall direction. So we need to have the discussion. I am fine as long as it's getting on the table, that council needs to reflect upon this and make some long-term decisions. It was this council that implemented it. So if it's 2027 that it's coming back a report, I certainly want to make sure that, all of the different avenues are explored and what the implications of this decision might be, but also what the benefits of the decision might be. So I certainly want staff to have all the time necessary to bring back the information that all members of county council would need to make this important decision. So the timeline, I'm certainly willing to leave it up to staff, but it's the elephant in the room that hasn't been brought up that I hear on a regular basis is concerning to different members. So I think the time is now to at least entertain reviewing the whole Bowling Green and Gray. So the date needs to be brought back in 2027 at some point. I'm fine with that, as long as we are taking a good look at the whole program. Thank you.
Anyone, Madam Warden, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Eccles, sorry, it was you. Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion that, or an amendment, that the Going and Green Gray initiative be prepared for consideration of the 2027 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Dickert. Discussion on the motion, the amendment, sorry. Not seeing any. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? That is carried. So now we're back to the motion, the main motion as amended and then amended. I think we've only had it twice now, but anyway, nonetheless. Any further discussion on the motion as amended? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Any further questions for Linda? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Linda, for your time. It is 2:40. Why don't we take a brief recess and we'll come back and conclude with communications, the clerk's department, finance, and HR. That didn't take long to say. Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. And we are now on to communications. And strangely enough, there's no end time for this report. There's just a start time. But I'm sure that'll be efficient use of time. Rob, welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, committee. There are two items in the communications capital budget that I'll be speaking about today, but just before I jump into those, I would like to point out that I am the only one that included a picture in my presentation. And it's also the most unnecessary picture because it is of the room that we are currently in. So the first item on the budget, for the communications portion of the budget, is the audio visuals in this room for recording the meetings of council. This system was installed and was activated in 2019. The company that did put this system in, they're no longer in operation. That's created some challenges for us in recent years, and we have held it together, but it is pretty much at the end of its life. And thankfully, we do have some very talented folks in the IT department that have helped us bridge the gap to keep things going. There's just under 100,000 in the reserve that will be drawn on to do an RFP for the replacement of this room. Exactly what that replacement looks like will be determined by that process. Really, we don't have when this system was put in, we didn't get a really good life cycle or anything in place for the individual components. So what we would like to do is move forward with the upgrades as necessary, but then rather than doing these major upgrades every so many years to council, look at actually life cycling each individual component as we move forward. The second item that we are looking at is an update to the corporate communications strategy. Again, this is a good strategy to refresh every 4 or 5 years to make sure that it's keeping up with the latest trends in communications and any changes to the corporate direction as well, since the strategy supports the corporate strategic plan. There's 25,000 in the budget for 2027 to do that work. This is a reduction from the last time that we did the strategy because I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to do the bulk of this work in-house this time around. But that money that is in there will support the public engagement efforts and just promoting things like the engagement opportunities and public information sessions that we might have as part of that process. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions? Councillor Greg.
First question is, I just want to clarify, I see the update corporate communication strategy is 2027. Okay. And the earlier item, the audiovisual upgrades, it's certainly disappointing after 6 years, 7 years, no doubt about it. What kind of efficiencies are created that the corporation would see for staff in that expenditure for new equipment? Because I get it, it's consuming time and thankful to IT for limping it together, but 7 years is just not satisfactory. And when we're looking at such a significant cost level increases across the corporation, why can this one not be extended out a few more years? We don't need the best equipment in the world to still function as a council. I guess, if it quit, what's wrong with the proverbial owl in the middle of the room? If you had to scale it back even, how many YouTube video watchers are there? What is the extent and the requirement of such an expenditure, Rob?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the owl because the owl is the emergency backup in the case that this system does go down, which quite frankly is a lot more likely to happen than I care to admit. I agree that 6 years isn't as long as we would like to see out of a system like this, but that does seem to be
what the life cycle of these cameras are. As I'm standing here right now, that camera is out. So we're getting our podium shots from the side. And our control hub over there, that's I would say the second biggest issue that we're dealing with right now. Because that software, we have no real connection to that custom piece of software now for making updates. So we're really locked into that control scheme right now. And that's something that if we want to maintain is going to need to be replaced. And around the council's horseshoe here as well, these microphones, which I know everyone loves a lot. Unfortunately, just by bad string of luck, this model of microphone that was installed, you'll see it says it's a DIS microphone. That company was bought up by Shure shortly after it was installed here. Shure does large, they have a ton of experience in audio, but this was their first foray into conferencing systems, and they realized that they didn't know anything about them, so they just sold off that element of their business. And these are not replaceable now, except for in the aftermarket. And that gets the most complicated with the actual brains of the operation, which sits in the closet over there. The control hub, if that went down, we would be losing our microphone system. So at a minimum, that's something that is going to have to get addressed, even just for the in-room sound, not looking at the conference or the streaming side of it as well. As for efficiencies, this budget number was set at setting as close to what I think we will need for a like-for-like replacement. If council is at a point where they would like to consider a different level of service or quality for the streaming of the meetings, then we can look at adjusting that and try to work within it. But what that low threshold amount would be to achieve the replacement of the microphones and the cameras that we know isn't working, I think we'd at least need to get some outside support in creating an RFP to get a more refined number for that.
Thanks for that. It's great to look polished for the public out of the meetings, but for those that have sat around here for many, many years, are we a better council because of the quality of the audio, because of the quality of the video? Let me know if we are, but I don't think that's what that drives the need. That's not it. I would be interested to know what options are out there. If the camera goes out when I'm talking, I would not be offended at all. Many probably would like it. So $100,000 to upgrade, to what effect? It's not making us a better council. I'm interested to hear more of what other options. What does a $40,000 investment look like? 20,000 or 60,000 instead of going right to $100,000 with full bells and whistles and an elaborate control panel that might after 7 years break down and you're back in the same place again. Well, I guess I'll actually, I'll make a motion then that staff that we're late in the game. You don't have much time. I'll make a motion that the 2026 transfer from reserve of for audiovisual upgrades be removed from the budget. I recognize it's from reserves, but reserves can go somewhere else or they have to be replenished. And staff bring back a report on options to council in the future.
Thank you, sir. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Eccles will second the motion. Discussion on the motion, that's been presented. Councillor Carlton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think the question is whether it makes us a better council or not. I think it's the perception by the public that they've become accustomed to the transparency that goes with being able to go online at any point in time and watch what's happened, whether it's here at county council, whether it's in our individual council chambers. I think they've become accustomed to that, and it gives them an access and a knowledge that otherwise they have to drive and sit here for a whole day to listen to us. I think there is value in having a good communication system in place, because if this one goes down unexpectedly in the middle of a meeting, I think we're ending our meeting at that point and maybe missing getting some business done that we should be getting completed.
Thank you, Sue. Any other comments? Councillor Greg.
Just that last comment should be clarified. There are probably opportunities to maintain the meeting and not have the meeting end, but perhaps if that just could be answered by staff.
Madam Clerk, could you just clarify that, please?
No, thank you. And certainly having the meetings live streamed is a best practice and something that has been supported. And there is that expectation that's been developed from the public. However, if the meeting did end, there is no requirement necessarily to live stream it. So we would likely continue as long as we're able to welcome the public into the chambers, which we would always do in open session. If it was a strictly an electronic meeting, then we would have to end it. But if there was, as long as the public is able to access the meeting in real time, that's really the standard that we need to adhere to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And further to Councillor Carleton's comments, I think my concern would be if we go with a Band-Aid solution now to save some money, what's the lifespan of that in relation to a full replacement at the $100,000 or hopefully less? I'm just concerned that if we do, a partial replacement or repair, whatever we have to do now to keep things going, that'll fail again in another shorter period of time, and then we still have to make the bigger investment. So I'm always in favor of let's just, bite off that piece that we need to and get a full replacement and get a good system in order that we know is going to last us for. And that's my question for you, Rob. How many years likely do you think we would see a full new system last?
Yeah, through the chair, what I would like to see is a system that it isn't really one system, that it's one that we will be locked into for the long term, and we're addressing issues before they become issues. So we know that if we have a system that's only 3 cameras, that we know what the expected life cycle is on those cameras, so that we can be prepared to be replacing those cameras when they go down. When we look at the screens, we know how long the screens are likely going to last us in the room, so that we can just replace that component when it goes down. And as far as this control hub over here, I'm hoping that we can find a solution that eliminates that altogether through some sort of a virtual control system or software essentially that runs it, so that we're really just dealing with individual pieces of hardware instead of large projects like this. When the scenario changed when our local company went out of business, when we had someone that was 5 minutes away that we could get on the phone and have here on a moment's notice and could service the system regularly. It worked very well for us, and just unfortunately that's not the reality anymore, and there aren't other services in this area that can do that for us.
Thank you, Rob. Any other questions? Councillor Carleton.
Thank you. And just looking at that, the fact that we have those funds in reserves, I would take it that we've been planning for this since we've implemented this type of system in here. So, which is why we have the funds there available to pull back out. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Eccles.
You made one statement, Rob, that you were going to replace like for like. Well, I didn't like this system and you don't like this system. Do you want to clarify that just a little bit for me?
Yeah, so what I meant by that was a similar quality level. So multi-angle shots, displaying name cards while people are speaking, that sort of idea, a similar experience for the people that are watching online or the recording.
Any other thoughts? Oh, Randy, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, and just further to what Rob indicated earlier too, in terms of hopefully being more of a self-sufficient system. Right now, Rob and his team are helping to support some of that to make sure that this system works as best as it can. And although it's 7, 8 years old, which does seem to be the industry standard in terms of when pieces start falling apart and having to be replaced from a tech perspective. We think that this is money well invested in terms of this current system based on the current state that it's in. And by having a bit more self-sufficient system, we might be able to also, because other organizations do utilize this chambers as well, but then it doesn't tie up comm resources to be able to support that. It might be then more self-sufficient. We may be able to get some rent out the space to be able to recoup some of these costs long-term too. So I think it's money well spent from where we're currently at with the system. And hopefully it does last longer than the 7, 8 years. But as Rob indicated, if we have to replace components as we go, at least the money's identified in the budget in order to be able to do that replacement at some point in time.
Thank you, Randy. Any further questions, discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion fails. Any further questions for Rob? Okay, thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. Moving on to the clerk's department, we have Tara presenting. Welcome, Madam Clerk. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So the sole clerk's department capital item is just a 20,000, I should say, it's a $20,000 per year contribution to reserve for future replacement of the electronic document records management system. We did, as Grey County, migrate to SharePoint in 2023. So this contribution is just planning for that future replacement of the system or any upgrades or other work we need to do for the RMS in the future.
Thank you, Tara. Any questions for Tara? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. That has got to win the prize for the shortest and the best presentation. Pat, you were paying attention, were you? Okay. All right, moving along. Moving along to finance. Sue, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I only have one project as well. I have our new accounting software that's been kind of in a 10-year capital plan. And as we learn a little bit more information every bit, we kind of update what we feel the costing could be. Our end of life for our current software is ending, as I'm sure some of you are having this very same conversation around your table. We are anticipating this is going to be the year where we do a deeper dive into what systems are out there. We've dipped the toe in the pool, but haven't gone much further than the toe yet. So I consider it our next adventure in finance, because this will be a very large undertaking and will take a lot of resources out of from our staff and stuff. So it's kind of exciting and kind of scary at the same time. This will also project has operating impacts, because we're assuming that this will be a cloud-based software, which will have ongoing operational requirements, which from what we're understanding will probably be significantly higher than we're currently paying on an annual fee. So we are proposing to take in some one-time funding reserves just to mitigate the increase. So we see a smaller increase over the next 10 years. And that's all I have for our capital projects in finance.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions? Councillor Ackles.
Thanks, Sue. So you've got the thought, the process that we need to, the software is outdated, all of that, and going forward. Internally, we know what we got to do. I guess we had $75,000 in for consulting. I'm just, what's the consulting for? Is it telling us what we already know or affirming what we already know?
I've put it in consulting right now because the reality is a lot of others have gone out and use consulting firms to either help them with an RFI, or you actually need someone to help you do the implementation piece of it. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure exactly when some of those dollars might happen or what the needs are. I just knew that in 2026, there could be a need to start on some of that because we just don't have the resources internally to do some of that work. And looking at, and maybe when we get more fulsome, I know some other municipalities have already gone and got some costing, and the amount of resources and FTEs that are required to do some of the work is extremely high. So I really don't know what it's going to look like and what we're going to need. I just know it will be a lot of resources, like human resources that we'll need, because there's a lot of changes, and it's, you don't just stop, you know, you don't switch as easy. It's kind of like when payroll did their implementation, you still have to pay people, and you still need to pay them the next week as well. So, and there's a lot of intricacies, and I know there's a lot of items I'd like to see changed, or can we map out better ways to do things with different softwares, or even our internal way we do things, right?
Okay, when I was looking at that, I thought that we were, 75,000. Thanks for that clarification. 75,000 was, we're gonna hire a consultant to tell us what software and whatnot. But you're meaning it's more of when we get the software, of being able to educate us, adapt it, implement it, it's above, as you said, what we have in IT. There's just not enough people to be able to put it in play. It's not really consulting. It's an outside, we're hiring a third party to put it in, and that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, just so I can add to that. So yeah, typically what happens is I'm assuming because it's not going to happen part of it will hopefully maybe in 2026 is that you pay a portion of them. It's kind of a combination of they're helping you do an implementation, and they're also either providing support and or you're actually paying annual subscription fees. So that's exactly, I'm hoping internally we have enough resources to get us to that point. And I know there's a lot of others that are doing similar things. Even our MFOA has had webinars throughout the summer because there's a lot of us facing the same problem. So.
Thank you, Sue. Any other questions? Councillor Carlton, please.
Thank you. We are going through the same thing at the township. And one of the things that we were told recently is that it's not just even transferring over to a new software, it's running two softwares simultaneously for up to 18 months. So you're inputting everything twice. So there's definitely an additional expense to make sure that the new software is doing what it's supposed to do as well. So you have my sympathy. I wouldn't want to be doing that one.
Very good. Any further questions, discussion? Thank you, Sue. Moving on to HR. Jen has been patiently waiting, and here she comes. Jen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And through you, Chair Milne, I have three projects that I want to highlight, one in each year of the three upcoming years. So for 2026, we'll be dipping into our reserves to work on a integration project that will enhance scheduling for 24/7 staff members. So paramedic group, long-term care group. And what this system will do is it will talk to our scheduling module within Dayforce, and it will, if there's a shift that's available, if somebody has called in sick, or if staff want to share shifts amongst each other, it will integrate back into the scheduling system. So provide A, efficiency into the scheduling system, and B, reduce human error. Right now, what happens is shifts are sent out either by StaffStat or by email. StaffStat is a messaging system, or by email or by telephone. And then if someone accepts that shift, then it has to be entered into the system. This would be either an app on your phone, an email, but it is integrated back in. So if somebody says, yes, I'd like to accept that shift, or I'm available, it goes right into the scheduling system. So a much more efficient way of doing things. We anticipate the cost of that will be around $40,000 in capital budget. And again, tipping into the reserve for human resources, as we are always putting money aside for these evergreen projects. In 2027, it will have been 4 years since we've done our last compensation review for non-union. So we will be again going out and doing that compensation review for hopeful implementation into 2028. When last we did this, it was 2023 for implementation in 2024. And we also approved a compensation policy that stated when we would be doing these projects. And council adopted that compensation policy. As you'll remember, it had been, I think, 10 or 11 years since we'd done one in the past, and there was a lot of catch up done because of that. So we agreed to do these on regular intervals. So this will be that regular interval coming up again. And again, we've always been putting in reserve to be ready for the next upcoming project. In 2028, we'll be conducting a comprehensive job hazard and demands analysis to ensure that we are compliant with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It's been a number of years since we have done a full-scale job hazard and demands analysis for the positions across Grey County. So we will be doing that again in 2028. And I'm open to any questions if there are such.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions? Councillor Keaveney, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering, Jen and members of this committee, if it would be appropriate to consider doing at the same time in 2027 as the non-union compensation review, a county council remuneration review.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the last time we did that review, we did council as well. And I am remiss in adding that on. It is part of the cycle. So we will do non-union and council at the same time. My apologies.
No worries. Any other questions? Discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Jen. So that concludes our various departments, sections of the capital budget. We'll move on now to overview of the 2026 budget. Sue Murray. Welcome back, Sue.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, Chair.
Sorry, there's a motion there. I need a mover and a seconder. That way it keeps the important people happy. Someone care to move that we support that motion? Or Randy?
I can speak to that. Thank you, through you, Chair. So there was a motion that was attached as part of that, the introduction of the report for the capital. So that motion said that report FRB BFC 2125 regarding the 2026-2035 10-year capital forecast be received, and that the first, second years of the forecast as amended be included in the 2026 budget and 2027 proposed budget for consideration by County Council. So I just inserted it as amended based on the previous direction and motions that were provided. If that makes sense. And I'm looking more to the clerk staff to.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I had a little discombobulated over here. It's been a while since that motion was considered. Okay, so we all know what we're voting on. It's to recommend the changes in the various department budgets that we've seen so far today. We do, I think, did we have a mover and seconder or no? No, we did not. So someone move that. Councillor Eccles, Councillor Dickert. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the capital summary or budget overview. Sue.
Before I show you the next slide, which shows you the numbers of where we're currently sitting based on our budget, kind of wanted just to give you an overview of where we've been the last few weeks. So we have been, staff have met throughout the summer. Their analysts have met with their departments, combining their budgets. We started meeting early to mid-September on meetings regularly with the CAO, deputy CAO. And in the last couple of weeks, we have been back at the drawing board with some of our budgets. So we have presented to you what we feel is a a budget that allows us to keep going and doing what we do and do it well. And we have spent last Monday, I believe, or Tuesday was the day we kind of made some last minute cuts that are reflected in the numbers you see before you. And we did actually trim the budget by between 500 and 600,000. So as I'll caveat that, I will go to the next screen. And I would like to just thank everyone for their hard work, because it's been a lot of work and spent a lot of time and trying to make sure that we provide awesome services to our constituents. So before you, you have 4 columns of numbers. And the first one is what we presented and was passed in our 2020-25 budget. The next one is what you would have seen last year as our projected 2026 budget. The third column is what we are currently presenting as our draft 2026 budget. And then the final column is what we will be projecting for our 2027 projected budget when you see the documents later in December. So based on last year, we were projecting that we were going to have a $4.9 million levy increase from 2025 to 2026. Currently, we are projecting another $2,159,000 of levy requirements to get to our 2026 draft number. The next few slides, or the next couple slides I'm going to show you, highlight the very larger significant variances to what makes up that 2.1 million from what we were projecting last year. Oh, pardon me, I forgot I had this slide before. So this slide is representing what our current growth is. So as of Monday, our current estimated growth is about $1.6 million. And we have the multi-res change in there. So all of my numbers currently, when I will talk about the impact on the ratepayer or any increases, assumes that we have ratcheted down that another 0.25% in our multi-res rate, as we have for the last 3 years. So as you can see in this chart, it represents our current what we were projecting last year and what our current budget is reflecting. So there's the $2.159 million difference in the levy ask, and that's approximately 2.59% increase. Items that are affecting this are, we have mentioned the road exchanges so far as $1.24 million. There was a previous report that Niall presented asking for some staffing requests of $339,700. We have had some labor relations that have affected our budgets of about $958,000. And if you want further details, we can go into closed session on those. The court security costs have gone up $150,000 more than we anticipated last year. Our community transit did not have a levy request last year, and we are now expecting to have 145,000, which you've seen a report on that as well. On the plus side of life, not increases, but there have been a few decreases. I did actually historically look back at what we have been budgeting for our supplemental revenue, and we have been under budgeting our supplemental revenue. So I did increase our supplemental revenue to reflect more what we're seeing in 2026. So that decreased the levy. And then there was some provincial funding changes that we weren't expecting that helped lower our levy request as well. So that pretty much accounts. There are other obvious changes within our budgets, but those are the main drivers that are the differentiating factors from what we presented last year to this year. As you can see, it's a 0.03% difference. So those are our main drivers that are affecting our increase in our levy asks. And if I look at that current levy impact, the effect on that of a property tax. So if I take for every $100,000 in assessment based on our current levy request, that would be $27.63. And an average detached home, not on the water in Grey County, is assessed at $296,000. And so the full impact of that household assessed house would be $81.78. And I can tell you that based on current assessment as of Monday, the increase on the residential rate after growth is at 6.78% right now. And I will caveat that the assessment is not closed. They will close it off and stop their keying shortly within a few days. And then in another 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have the assessment will get locked down, and we'll have a real good idea of what exactly that impact will be. I know it's probably not a number everyone wanted to see, but unfortunately, that's where we're sitting right now.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions? That was just for information, I presume. Thank you. Okay. So we'll move on to the next report. I believe Sue or Garrett is giving this report regarding the capital project status update. Garrett?
Thank you very much. This is a similar report to the one Marcus brought or presented in July, where we provide an update on all 259 of our capital projects in the 2025 calendar year budget. We've tried to separate them out by their procurement status and then also the project status, and then summarize them in the report. But the actual meat and potatoes is in the attachment to the report as a PDF of all the projects. But then also the budget book that I showed this morning provides all the same information, just maybe in a bit easier way to access because it's a filterable table. And with that, I can open it up to any questions about the specific projects.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion regarding the report? Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, and I haven't found it, but I think it was about 11% of the budgets have been deferred, or 11% of the capital items had been deferred. Can you comment on the main reasons for deferrals? Is it purchasing? Is it just too much going through purchasing? Is it staffing? Is it marketplace? And what downstream then perhaps that contributes to? Did you have some capital items that you had sliced off what was proposed 26 into 27 or because of that?
Yep, good question. That 11% that's referenced within the report is the total budget value that's being deferred, not the number of projects. So that is saying, just have two things open at once. 38 projects are being deferred. And that's $11.7 million, which equates to 9.28% of our gross capital expenditures. But if I look into what actually are the projects that are being deferred, $4.6 million of that is Patrol D, the CLON that was completely budgeted in 2025, but is being partially rolled forward into 2026. Therefore, it's marked as deferred. There's two structures within the transportation budget that come to $3 million total that have been deferred for property acquisition reasons. And then the third one was the elevator at the high rise that has been procured, but it will not be completed until 2026 due to the time it takes to get parts. And there's quite a few projects like that as well that they're on order. They've been procured. We're just waiting on the parts to get here so that the work can be done. But those are the four big projects that the elevator is $800,000-$900,000. And then the $3 million for the two bridges, and then $4.6 million for the Patrol D. That makes up the majority of the dollar value that's being deferred. And then there are some smaller projects that based on staffing constraints, have been reprioritized and are rebudgeted in 2026.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Garrett. There was a motion. Yes, there was. Would someone care to move? I received that. Councillor Carlton, second by Councillor Keaveney. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. I don't believe we need a closed session. So our next meeting is scheduled for November 26th at 10 a.m. in these chambers. I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Eccles, Councillor Carlton seconds. All those in favor? That is carried. We are now adjourned. Thank you all. There you go. You are welcome. Yeah. Thank you to all staff today too as well.